填咗睇下冇。有咯喎，隻黑，但係黑色係
係啊，啱啊！而家呢個畫面啱，
好搞笑。但係琴日都唔使呢樣嘢，
我一路都唔使，冇試過用 OBS 喎。
不過佢 OBS 就如果你少兩個電腦用 OBS 唔使整得聲浪。
OBS 我淨係攞嚟做 key 錄啊。
你試下出嗰個
咩話？
開波個。哦，差唔多啦，大少少啦。車塊藍嘅，車塊再藍啲藍。而家呢個係另外一個色，另外一個藍。而家幾多嚟㗎？啱邊嚟？講聲啊！
我哋下
撩佢先。
阿成，你而家係定下聲？
咧試一試啲 game 出邊畫面望一望。
我要可以勾咗先。
冇啊！我而家冇俾 input，淨係俾咗聲。
Zoom 有聲或者
收
勾曬啦，勾聲。你試一試。勾曬聲。喺呢度嚟。
其實佢啲咪用大，啲都用大銀標嘅。
又唔講嘢喎，而家係。
係咪之前嗰啲嚟㗎？
呢個。
Hello。Hello。One two 1 2 2。Hello。One two。 Hello Hello One Two。接 Hello Hello One。Hello Hello One Two Hello 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 One Two Two。接 Hello Hello One Two Hello Hello One Two 一二哈哈 Hello Hello 哈哈。Hello Hello Hello One Two 哈哈 Hello Hello 哈哈。Hello Hello Hello One Two 哈哈。接 Hello 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 One Two Two Hello Hello 一二。Hello Hello Hello One Two 一二三。Hello Hello One Two Two 哈哈 Hello Hello 哈哈。Hello Hello One Two 一二三。
俾聲先啦，你有冇瞄咗嘛？係啊，瞄咗跟住。因為嗰啲大啲喎。係得啦。Hello Hello One Two 一二三 Hello Hello 一二三四。Hello Hello check One Two 哈。Hello Hello One Two 嘿嘿。
Hello，忘记，哈哈。Hello, test 1 2. Hello, check 1 2，一二三。Hello，一二三。Hello，一二。Hello, check 1 2。
Ladies and gentlemen, the HKCAAVQ International Conference 2020 is about to begin. I'm sure that we are all excited and looking forward to the keynote speeches, panel presentations, and discussions of the conference today. The conference is part of the 30th anniversary celebration of the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications. Before we kick off, we would like to play a slideshow video specially made for this occasion. The slideshow captures many of the snapshots of memorable moments in our journey with collaborating partners in quality assurance, education, and training over the years. Hope you'll enjoy it. Good morning. Our guest of honor, Secretary for Education, Mr. Kevin Yeung, Council Chair, Dr. Alex Chen, Vice Chair, Mr. Rock Chen, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HKCAAVQ International Conference 2020, from quality assurance to quality enhancement and excellence. I'm Kenny, your MC for today. Today's conference is part of HKCAAVQ's 30th anniversary celebration. We are grateful for the support of all our local and overseas speakers and panelists. They come from quality assurance, education, and training sectors, and will speak and make presentations on their views and insights into the theme of the conference. Now, may I first invite Engineer Dr. Alex Chen, Chairman of the HKCAAVQ Council, to give us his welcoming remarks. Dr. Chen, please.
Thank you, Kenny, for the introduction. Honorable guest, Mr. Kevin Young, council members, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you here at the 30th Anniversary International Conference, themed From Quality Assurance to Quality Enhancement and Excellence. And I'm thrilled to be able to join our forerunners, a total of 131 council members of the HKCAAVQ, current and past, to celebrate the remarkable accomplishments and explore on the future direction for education and training. Today, we are privileged to have a number of distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, sharing with us their insight and experience on higher education and VPAC, suggesting that what can be done to further enhance the quality education and training. We always say education is one of the most important investment today for our future. Human capital is core to meeting development needs of a community. In 2019, the Hong Kong SAR ranked 20th out of 63 economies in terms of investment in and development of homegrown talents. The International Institute of Management Development's World Talent Ranking. As we strive to compete in an increasing knowledge-based and innovation-led global economy, it is imperative for Hong Kong SAR to build up a critical mass of quality human capital for growth. Competition for talent is intensifying in many parts of the world. Nurturing local talents is far more effective than attracting talent from outside. This is particularly true in Hong Kong SAR context when high cost of living is factored in. In a rapidly changing future increasingly driven by innovation and knowledge, many developed economies are implementing initiatives to foster human resources development and at a greater pace in the area of emerging trends, technology, and competences. Following the promulgation of the outline development plan of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area in early 2019, it is believed that the Greater Bay Area has good potential to develop itself into a global AI center. This plan provides opportunity for Hong Kong SAR to facilitate development of industry in which we enjoy strength, foster flow of talent, goods, capital, and information, and improve the overall connectivity of the Greater Bay Area. With 3 decades of experience in academic accreditation and has over 10 years of professional involvement in VPAC development, HKCAAVQ was commissioned by the Macau SL government to provide consulting service in establishing the higher education quality assurance evaluation system in 2018 and to conduct program reviews for higher education institutions in Macau from 2019 onward. We are hopeful that bringing our Q experience and expertise to the quality assurance work in the Greater Bay Area is conducive to enhancing the quality of education, mobility of talent, as well as driving social and economic growth. On the regional and international collaborations, we cherish the close working relationship with our QA partners. Over the past 3 quarters, we joined the discussions with collaborating Q agencies and share our first-hand experience in meeting the COVID-19 challenges and conduct encouraging exercise through virtual site visits. This first ever global challenge of the epidemic has put our infrastructure and operation to test. We are very pleased that we managed to stand the test. our internal QA mechanism, IT infrastructure and technology, innovative application of QA process and practices, as well as a collegiate work environment, are the success factors that allow us to continue operating during this epidemic period. As a QA agency, we seek continuous quality enhancement in our QA system, processes, and practices. Further to the launch of the online program accreditation service, online QA knowledge base and differential approach by accreditation to accreditation in 2017, our new accreditation standards also took effect in 2019, with the first batch of full accreditation reports published in the coming quarter. In line with our strategic plan 2019 and 2023, we seek to better support the pursuit of quality enhancement and excellency by our operators, and apply innovation and adopt new technology in the provision of our service. Although the computer screen or mobile services stand in between us at this moment, I believe each and every one of you who joined this conference share a passionate purpose to strive for quality education and training. Education can put people on a path towards good health, empowerment, and employment. As everywhere in many places, we are experiencing sea change in the education and training landscape and the way we shape the communities. As our circumstances are new, we need to think and act anew. More can be done in the years ahead. Looking forward, we strongly believe with established trust and shared commitment, we will continue to work closely with you all in future strengthening the QA of education and training to better our communities. In closing, I wish the Council a flourishing and bright future, and all of you good health, happiness, and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Today, we are honored to have Mr. Kevin Yeung, Secretary for Education, with us as the guest of honor. Now, may I invite Mr. Kevin Yeung, Secretary for Education, to address the audience. Mr. Yeung, please.
Dr. Alex Chen, Mr. Rock Chen, Albert, Council members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to join you all today at the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications International Conference 2020. This year marks the Council's 30th anniversary, and I would like to extend my congratulations to the Council for its greatest success in the past 30 years, and to all former and serving members of the Council for your outstanding work over the years. Hong Kong is a well-known education hub. Our high-quality post-secondary education is underlined with a well-established system of quality assurance. Since its establishment 30 years ago, the Council has been a reliable partner of the government, offering professional service and support for the betterment of our quality assurance system. One of the major achievements that we have made together with the Council was the successful establishment of the Hong Kong Qualifications Framework in 2008. Since then, the Council was entrusted with the crucial role of serving as the statutory quality assurance agency for the entire academic, vocational, professional, as well as continuing education sectors. With the tireless efforts of the Council, the Hong Kong Qualifications Framework has developed into a credible and internationally recognized system, which provided a solid foundation to support the development of our education ecosystem, fostering the healthy growth of our self-financing post-secondary sector in particular. In 2018, the government accepted the recommendation of the Task Force on Review of Self-Financing Post-Secondary Education, in which the Council played an active role. We are collaborating with the Council in the implementation of the recommendations to further enhance the quality of our post-secondary educations to serve Hong Kong's fast-changing human resource needs. For instance, we are working closely with the Council and also the Committee on Self-Financing Post-Secondary Education to explore ways to enhance the academic accreditation standards and practices at both the institutional and program levels, with a view to raising the overall standard of self-financing post-secondary institution. I have every confidence that the Council's insightful and professional contributions will facilitate our work in promoting the sustainable development of the sector. Sequential to the COVID-19 pandemic, online learning has become an effective and popular alternative to face-to-face learning much sooner than expected. Recently, 43 million of our self-financing post-secondary education fund, which was a fund set up in 2011 to enhance the quality of self-financing post-secondary education, was granted to support institutions' development of online learning programs and platforms, as well as to promote the use of new teaching technologies. In 2018, the Council launched the accreditation services for online learning program to facilitate institutions in developing quality assurance online programs. So far, 3 online learning programs have been accredited under the new initiative, and more are in the pipeline. Over the past few months, the Council has been proactive in promoting good practices on the provision of quality online learning through sharing sections with the stakeholders and close liaison with institutions and training operators. We thank the Council for its prompt and valuable efforts to address the need of the sector amid the unprecedented uncertainty brought by the COVID-19 pandemic and promote the development of new learning modes. Not only do new technologies facilitate online learning, they also bring us closer to our counterparts all over the world. The conference today is a perfect example. I'm proud to see that the Council has been proactive in engaging its international counterparts, including its initiatives in seeking international benchmarking of the Council's standards with renowned quality assurance associations. The Council conducted its first external review by the International Network for Quality Assurance Agency in Higher Education in 2015, and the review concluded that the Council was comprehensively aligned with the guideline of good practice in the provision of accreditation services for the higher education sector. Building on the success of the first external review, the Council has gone the extra mile and conducted a joint review exercise with the Quality Assurance Agency of the UK in 2018, where the QAA concluded that it could confidently rely on the Council's accreditation decisions for UK's transnational education in Hong Kong. I'm delighted to learn that the Council has continued to expand its international network and recognition, including the external review by the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education to be conducted later this year. This international benchmarking and collaborative exercise will further support the Council's continuous enhancement and reaffirm its status as an internationally recognized quality assurance agency. This echoes the theme of the conference today, from quality assurance to quality enhancements and excellency. In closing, I would like to thank the Council once again for all the contributions that you have made, and we look forward to our continual partnership in future to achieve further success. May I wish everyone here and their families good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Will Mr. Yang please remain on stage to join the kickoff ceremony? In the meantime, may I also invite Dr. Alex Chen, Mr. Rock Chen, and Mr. Albert Chow to come forward and join the kickoff ceremony, please. And before the kickoff ceremony, let's take a photo. Each of our officiating guests is holding important messages that make up the theme of our conference this year. They are quality assurance, quality enhancement, and excellence. On a count of 3, may I invite our guests to affix the messages onto the conference backdrop. 3, 2, 1. This kickoff ceremony also signifies that to uphold quality assurance and advocate the pursuance of continuous quality enhancement and excellence, it calls for concerted efforts from all players in the education and training sector. Once again, we thank Mr. Yeung, Dr. Chen, Mr. Chen, and Mr. Chow for marking the opening of our conference today. Thank you, and you may now leave the stage. May I now invite Mr. Albert Chow, Executive Director of HKCAAVQ, to give us an opening address. Mr. Chow, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome all of you in joining the HKCAAVQ International Conference 2020. So I'm going to have a real brief introduction on the opening remarks of the conference. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Kelvin Young, Secretary for Education, and also Engineer Dr. Alex Chan, Council Chair of HKCAAVQ, who have just given us keynote addresses to launch the opening of the HKCAAVQ International Conference. Today, the theme of the conference is from quality assurance to quality enhancement and excellence. So I'm going to address this from a QA agency's perspective. And in addition to that, I would like to also share with you that this is also the theme of HKCAAVQ Strategic Plan 2019 to 2023. So I'm all going to share with you how we will be able to move from quality assurance to quality enhancement and excellence, and how we are going to do in support the quality enhancement and excellence to our operators and institutions. In all the years to go in HKCAAVQ, in the QA community, in our institutions, we always talk about gate opening versus gatekeeping. No one will doubt about that. Every QA agency, including HKCAAVQ, we need to perform our fundamental responsibilities in discharging quality assurance on the part of our operators, institutions, etc. But in addition to that, we also reckon about that we also need to support our operators and institutions and try to facilitate them to improve themselves continuously, and at the end of the day, in approaching excellence. So, what we are trying to do is that, okay, we as an acquisition authority in underpinning qualifications framework, we'll need to perform our primary roles in the quality assurance, in quality assuring the programs, the operators in relation to the prescribed accreditation standards. Traditionally, we are an accreditation authority, but nowadays, we do a lot to facilitate our operators in terms of the quality enhancement and to support them how to improve themselves. In this sense, in addition to our primary role as accreditation authority, we are also very much aware that we have an additional role of quality enhancement. In fact, in our 4-stage QA process, when we look at our process, starting from our learning program accreditation, via accreditation, program area accreditation, and then finally periodic institutional review, what we can see is that the quality enhancement parts have been inbuilt into our 4-stage QA process. When we are doing learning program accreditation and via accreditations, in addition to our quality and assurance role, we also give advice, recommendations to support our operators, institutions, and programs in advising them on how to improve themselves continuously. And then when they are going to be mature, when they are going to become a PA operator, then this is very important that we need to get them not only observing all our quality standards in terms of quality assurance, but we also need them to have the ability to continuously improve themselves in terms of quality enhancement. Why? If we are going to grant a program accreditation to an operator, that means that the operator concerned will have the ability and the authority to launch and to maintain programs within the approved areas of study. That means they should have the ability to continuously improve themselves as a part of their continuous quality enhancement. So, continuous quality enhancement is very important when we are conducting program area accreditation. And finally, when an operator is very mature, they may have a significant number of program areas. Then, when they are going through a periodic institutional review of a 5-year cycle, then it will be even more important that they have the ability to continuously enhance themselves in terms of the governance, in terms of the maintaining of the operating environment, finance, and so on and so forth. So, the next step, we will try to move from supporting the quality enhancement to excellence of our operators. Then, we need to talk about several things. We need to have a vision. If we can improve ourselves continuously, it doesn't mean that we can become approaching excellence. We also need vision. We need strategies. We need a good implementation plan supported by the appropriate teaching and learning pedagogies. All of this will contribute to moving from continuous quality enhancement to excellence on part of our operators and institutions. And that means, from the perspective of a QA agency, in particular on part of HKCAAVQ, we need to have a mindset change. In addition to our role as an accreditation authority, we also need to serve as a collaborative partner and also strategic partner to our operators and institutions. We need to have moved from a relatively reactive role as an accreditation authority to a more active and strategic role to become a partner of our operators and institutions. I think that's the right way to do. And how we'll be able to do it on part of HKCAAVQ? In our strategic plan, 2019 and 23, so we are going to do 3 key areas. The first one is to get ourselves ready to support quality enhancement and excellence. We will conduct governance and management review so that we'll be able to get our structure system ready to support quality enhancement and excellence on part of the operators and institutions. We need to enhance our organization culture and structure to support talent development and leadership development, remembering that staff is our most important asset. And if they'll be able to have good talent development and leadership development, they will be in turn able to support quality enhancement and excellence of our operators and institutions. Secondly, we are going to do a lot of things in directly support the operators, institutions, and the stakeholders on their quality enhancement and excellence. First of all, we will strive to expand the use of our QA 4-stage QA process on the further application of differentiation approach. I think many of our operators institutions have already benefited from the implementation of differentiation approach, but more will come. And secondly, in line with the development of the academic, vocational, and continuing education sector, we are going to develop guidelines on accreditation of micro-credentials to further underpin the development in the area. We will start to use big data and artificial intelligence to produce discipline and sectorial analysis to give insights and information for our operators and institutions to have informed decisions on the development. In addition to that, we will gradually develop quality indicators to support our operators and institutions on the continuous quality enhancement. Finally, I think our international status, recognition, and leadership are equally important. We will continue to collaborate and benchmark ourselves with key agencies around the world. You will be going to listen to the keynote address from our key partner, HKCAAVQ, Mr. Doug Blackstock, that he's going to address us on the experience of quality enhancements in HKCAAVQ. In this connection, we'll continue to benchmark ourselves with other Q agencies and also strive to enhance our collaboration with them with our will to fall into new areas of exploration, including mutual recognition. Finally, we are going to establish our regional leadership in the areas of consulting services, very likely in Macau, Greater Bay Area, and beyond. So thank you very much. May I invite you to continue to participate in the remaining part of our conference and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. May I now invite our first keynote speaker, Mr. Douglas Blackstock, the Chief Executive of the Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education of the United Kingdom, to share with us about quality enhancement from the UK perspective. Mr. Blackstock, please.
Good morning and greetings from the city of Gloucester in the United Kingdom. I would like to thank HKCAAVQ, QFS and FST for inviting me to speak at your annual conference. And of course, it's a special 30-year celebration of HKCAAVQ's assurance of quality of education and training in Hong Kong SAR and in the region, and in that time becoming globally recognised as a leader in quality assurance and a valuable partner for many other quality bodies. Of course, I would much rather be there with you in person. I was looking forward to my first visit to Hong Kong and to spending time with Albert, Chow and colleagues from HKCAAVQ, who are very good friends of QA, and hopefully travelling on to meet other partners in the region. Of course, ongoing travel restrictions and quarantine meant that that just wasn't possible. And so I missed the chance to meet and greet old friends, but hopefully can make new ones through this connection. These changes due to COVID-19 and how we interact has been reflected across the globe. All of us adapting the ways of working simply unimaginable a year ago. Albert Einstein once said, "Adversity introduces a man to himself," and excusing the very gender-specific nature of that quote, I believe the sentiment applies to whole sectors. In adversity, there has been innovation and change. It has introduced the higher education sector to itself and the ways that it can work. In May this year, QA hosted an international partners forum. We had 27 representatives of QA agencies and national higher education bodies from 22 countries around the world, coming together to share their experiences and approaches in response to the pandemic. How they have responded to the need to keep their students and staff safe while continuing to deliver quality higher education society and the economy needs. I was struck by the innovation and the ingenuity displayed from our colleagues, as well as the potential scope and likelihood for long-term change emerging as a result of this innovation. In almost every country, campuses have been closed and institutions needed to adopt alternative forms of delivery in their primarily in-person, on-site approach. Perhaps the most dominant theme to emerge from our forum was that agencies had all recognised the need for flexibility in their approaches and methodologies for regulation and quality assurance. The ways that these have been implemented, whether through modifying regulations, easing change reporting requirements, adopting virtual review approaches, or using flexible interpretations of standards and other criteria, has shown how quality assurance agencies were able to adapt, able to balance the need to enhance and maintain quality and standards, and at the same time making allowances to adapt to extraordinary circumstances. Our event also highlighted key issues shared globally by HE sectors and brought them into sharper focus. Discussion covered areas such as digital poverty, access issues, the student learning experience online, and flexibility of delivery modes. These are all key matters to quality enhancement or improvement. And as quality enhancement from a UK perspective is the title of my presentation, in considering this, I'll be looking at how some of the themes I've just touched on have applied in the UK, but could have broader applicability. The focus on enhancement at this conference reflects the journey that QAA has also been on in recent years. Providing assurance of standards in higher education has always been integral to QAA's work. Working with institutions, funding bodies and regulators across the UK to set national expectations and also assure that individual institutions meet those expectations. However, working across the sector to enhance the student experience and improve the quality of learning opportunities provided by a university has increasingly provided an institutional focus. Enhancement has always been an important element of QA's work, particularly in Scotland, which is an enhancement-based and evidence-led method of institutional review. I'll consider that in a bit more detail later. Now I'm following QA's move to a different type of organisation, partly a membership organisation, in 2019. Our work for members across all nations is increasingly focused on helping them enhance the quality of their provision. Our own organisation has adapted and changed from partly a function of regulation, a membership organisation to support enhancement, and also commercial activities. Of course, COVID-19 has shaped all our considerations of quality enhancement this year, but it's not the only consideration. And I'll also be looking at some of the wider issues currently relevant to UK higher education. But before I do so, and in recognition of the 30th anniversary celebration of our friends in HKCAAVQ, I'd like to spend a few moments reflecting on what has been and remains a very special relationship between our agencies. QAA is very proud of our strong strategic partnership with HKCAAVQ, underpinned by our Memorandum of Understanding, first signed in 2008. The introduction to the most recent memorandum signed last year by myself and Executive Director Albert Chow, I feel encapsulates a shared commitment to good practice and the student interest, and has allowed us to progress further reciprocal provision and shared data across borders. It's also reflected in HKCAAVQ's 2019 to 2023 strategic plan, with its emphasis on quality enhancement and excellence. Cooperation and joint review activity has also underpinned our 2018 review of UK transnational education in Hong Kong, which found, and I quote, that UK TNE was an essential and embedded part of the higher education landscape, focused on the needs of the student population and local industry, and meeting rigorous UK criteria for academic standards and quality. A key part of QA's approach to our assurance and review of transnational education is working in partnership with local agencies. Our cooperation in this review with HKCAAVQ benefited not only the 25,000 students studying UK HE qualifications in Hong Kong, but also allows us to deepen reciprocal understanding and trust in each other's quality assurance systems as we plan future collaboration. Of course, for many years now, we've collaborated with HKCAAVQ beyond our respective territories. QAA was the first international body granted observer status of the Asia-Pacific Quality Network, and we have worked on many occasions with our colleagues in Hong Kong there. We're also both members of the Cross-Border Quality Assurance Network, led from agencies based in the People's Republic of China. And we work closely with our colleagues there as well, and in 2018 I signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Director General of the CGDGC, acknowledging a shared commitment to the advancement of quality assurance in Chinese higher education. I also signed a further Memorandum of Understanding with the Secretary General of the CEAIE, confirming a commitment to joint research into regulatory and quality assurance related issues of mutual interest, and to carry out wherever possible joint review of TNE and other projects. The work we do with our international partners is focused not only on our joint commitment to quality assurance, but also to quality enhancement. To take one example, QA's 2018 publication, Enterprise and Entrepreneurship in Education, epitomises the importance of an enhancement-driven approach. The guidance provides interventions that are focused on supporting behaviours, attributes and competencies that are likely to have a significant impact on the individual student in terms of successful careers. It does this, for example, by encouraging institutions to provide enhanced impact through placements and activities that build links between academic institutions and external organisations, or by signposting and building student experience beyond the specific teaching activity so that students can access relevant business skills assessments. The document has been translated into Mandarin Chinese so as to be more widely available for institutions and students, and to provide support in enhancing the quality of higher education. So at QAA, we've got much to look forward to in terms of international collaboration with yourselves and other partner organisations across the world. Since we worked with you to produce a country report for Hong Kong, QAA has collaborated with national agencies to produce similar reports for Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Ukraine, Nigeria, Thailand and the Republic of the Philippines. Working with our counterpart national agencies has been invaluable in developing networks and partnerships for quality assurance and enhancement to the benefit of all. Building on this, future approaches to UK transnational education are currently being developed. We've recently undertaken a consultation with UK higher education representative bodies, Universities UK International and Guild HE, to ask our sector how they would like to see UK TNE develop. They have told us that they want to see a system where a programme of activities and resources are complemented by an in-country review schedule with a UK-wide approach. We're now producing the draft method to consult with our UK higher education providers, but also seeking views internationally. We've been commissioned to start a new programme of in-country review in 2021. And I'm delighted to say that already 11 agencies from around the world have offered their assistance, including colleagues from HKCAAVQ willing to comment on our developments. This external perspective allows us to get better and improve and deliver a higher quality product for our own institutions, and also to meet the local needs of other regulators and quality bodies. So turning back now to the UK and to our current approaches to quality enhancement, I mentioned just now that respondents to the TNE consultation favoured a UK-wide approach. This is important, as when I speak to colleagues around the world about UK higher education and its reputation, colleagues understand and see the UK, although many understand that we have 4 nations in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. I've always argued, and will continue to do so, that the strength of our higher education system lies in the collective of these 4 nations working together. Despite this, it is important to remember that our 4 nations of the UK have devolved higher education systems. And we've seen some reform on that basis. In 2018, England saw the introduction of a new regulator, the Office for Students, an important body which maintains a register of all English higher education providers, and with QA designated by the government to undertake quality reviews and standards reviews of institutions on that register. Meanwhile, Scotland's approach to external review is based on enhancement. Wales has recently moved to an enhancement model, and Northern Ireland is certainly focusing its own thinking on enhancement approaches. The challenge for QA as the only body with responsibility for quality and standards across the whole of the UK is how to operate in a way that respects these different approaches while maintaining a cohesion that assists each nation and the collective as a whole. We are helped in this by a joint commitment across institutions of all nations to quality assurance underpinned by the UK Quality Code for Higher Education. The code, developed by QA and partners, sets out a framework for common and core practices relating to standards and quality in each nation in a way that can be applied flexibly in its own regulatory system. So we have both flexibility and consistency. QA has a role in all nations, the quality assurance processes, and the Quality Code is a key tool that allows us to judge if institutions are effectively meeting national thresholds. Operating across 4 jurisdictions encourages us to think flexibly and with agility, and allows us to pass on emerging and effective practice that enhances the student experience across the UK and beyond. Of course, it would be misleading to say there are never tensions or friendly disagreements between our 4 nations. But the point is not that tensions can exist, but despite some occasional disagreements, the brand of UK higher education is strong and we are all committed to it. And this is something that, regardless of jurisdiction, our sector takes pride in. All UK nations working together under umbrellas such as the UK Standing Committee for Quality Assessment. This collaboration allows us to look at effective enhancement practice in individual nations and see how they might be applied in other nations. And as an example, I will drill down in some detail to how we have worked in Scotland, which is distinctively Scottish, but has lessons for any country in the world. I mentioned earlier that we have an enhancement-based approach to quality review in Scotland, and the model provides an example of how we can operate over a long period of time. The process of enhancement-led institutional review is indicative of that focus. It provides an evidence-based method of peer review, meaning that staff and students from other institutions, as teams of reviewers, come to assess how institutions are performing. In addition, all stakeholders with an interest in Scottish HE, institutions, student organisations, the Funding Council and other agencies engage in 3 yearly enhancement themes. The most recent theme from 2017 to 20 was improving the student experience. While time doesn't allow me to look in detail at the outcomes in the theme, I would recommend visiting the Enhancement Themes website. But to give a flavour of our work, in 2019 we had 3 key strands of activity: student engagement, understanding evidence, and supporting staff and students to use evidence. Wherever possible, students themselves would lead on project work. Good practice was shared across institutions and the wider sector via collaborative clusters. Outcomes and evaluation would be produced periodically, and at the end of the theme, with shared learning a priority. And the theme's finding and outcomes are showcased by every 3 years an international enhancement themes conference, attracting colleagues from across the world. The new theme, running from this year through to 2023, is called Resilient Learning Communities. Never have we needed something so as important as to develop resilient learning communities. We will explore the changing needs of values of an increasingly diverse student community and a rapidly changing external environment. Amongst the questions it will ask are, what will learning communities look like by 2023? How can we prepare for the learning communities of the future? And how should we anticipate, influence and respond to the changing external world? Well, these are questions specifically being asked by the Scottish sector. they are relevant to all UK institutions, and we will be working to extend that type of work in the UK and across the world. We operate in particularly challenging times, and resilience is key for the future. At QA, we aim to use the work of the themes in collaboration with colleagues in other countries to share practice and try and answer these questions. Before I move on to some of the specific issues that have risen as a result of COVID-19, I'd now like to consider some of the wider issues that exist in UK higher education and what QA's role has been in addressing this. In recent years, universities and colleges and the wider system have sometimes been challenged over the value that higher education brings. Over the last 2 decades, the number of UK students entering higher education has increased. Statistics vary according to source, but the number participating is generally accepted to be around 50%. This concept of the increased participation is sometimes given the rather impersonal term of massification. But it means that more students are graduating and from wider demographics than in previous decades. Many students are now graduating proudly, being able to say they are the first member of their family to have been to a university. In my opinion, widening participation has been one of the greatest success stories of UK higher education, and QA has played a small part in that, in our regulation of what is known as the Access to Higher Education Diploma, where around 25,000 students every year, people who left school with little or no qualifications, come back and do an adult learning-focused diploma that gets them entry into university. But while this is something UK higher education and wider society should be proud of, there are also questions being asked by politicians, in the media, and by the wider public as to whether it's entirely a positive development. Are there too many students, we asked? Are some universities and courses not providing value for the fees paid? Are there too many students getting first class or upper second class honours? These are entirely legitimate questions to ask. In any system, universities are autonomous, but they are also accountable. Politicians, parents and students need to be reassured that a university experience will bring benefit not only to students, but to wider society and ultimately to the global economy. Now, the issues I've spoken about are extremely complex, and unfortunately it is not within the scope of this presentation to go into detail about the merits either way. But after a career spent in higher education, I remain committed to the principle that while higher education isn't for everyone, in the vast majority of cases it brings benefits to those who go. Many countries have high levels of participation in higher education, and the benefits are evident not only in wealth, but in health and in well-being. However, as Chief Executive of the only body entrusted with quality and standards across the UK, I always have to take concerns expressed about quality seriously. So we've been working with partners across the sector to listen to concerns and take action if needed and provide reassurance. We've worked with sector agencies to develop what we call degree outcome statements. Institutions will publish these to evidence the basis for their degree awards. Thanks to partnerships we've undertaken with other sector agencies, the UK Framework for Higher Education Qualifications now contains a descriptor of the 4 levels of bachelor's honours degrees. And we've developed guidance for universities and colleges to help them combat the threat posed by SMLs. These are only a few examples of the work we are undertaking in partnership across the sector to help demonstrate the value of higher education in safeguarding standards and providing the best possible outcomes for students. I've made many references to partnership in this presentation, and if there is one theme that I wish to draw out, it is the importance of partnership. Whatever challenges are faced or opportunities identified, QA will seek to collaborate with universities, with regulators, with governments and sector agencies to find common ground and solutions. We see our role as helping to facilitate bringing together autonomous institutions to develop sector-driven approaches to standards and quality. And nowhere has this collegiate approach been more apparent than in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since UK higher education institutions stopped physical teaching in March, we have sought to facilitate and support them as they move into new forms of provision and prepare for a unique academic experience as we reopen in a new academic year. I don't need to tell you that the challenges faced by universities and higher education institutions across the world have been significant. How do we keep students and staff safe in the new academic year? How do we develop blended or hybrid models of teaching and learning to combine in-person and digitally delivered provision? How do we support the well-being and mental health of a new generation of students and the staff when many students have not engaged in formal learning since the start of the year? And how do we support transitions of students into their new institution? In saying that, we also have to think about returning students and the disruption to their experience. Ultimately, these are questions that have to be answered by individual institutions and individual countries. But each nation and the institutions within it are unique and face different challenges. In the UK, QA's role is not to tell universities what to do, but to support them in making decisions, making them aware of emerging practice and pose the reflective questions they should be asking. The guidance that we produced in response to COVID will often be underpinned by principles based on the core and common practices from the Quality Code. So, for example, our guidance, Preserving Quality and Standards Through a Time of Rapid Change, UK Higher Education in 2021, sets out the following 4 principles. 1. That any move to on-site activity is safe and secure for staff and students. 2. That degree awarding bodies maintain quality and standards in the move to flexible provision. 3. That providers engage with students and staff in planning changes to delivery and assessment of teaching and learning. And 4. That provider planning scenarios are flexible and responsive to student needs. And indeed, I would add to that now, in response to the development of the pandemic, as we increasingly across the world see more localised versions of lockdowns. Ultimately, and this is a point I don't think can be stressed enough, the work we are doing in support of the sector is not about trying to ensure that UK higher education's response to COVID-19 aims to be good enough to meet a baseline of standards. It is about supporting innovation and new practice to enhance the student experience. Of course, there will be challenges, as the coming academic year will show, but part of QA's role must be to constantly seek improvement, constantly encourage enhancement. So, for example, our guidance, Enhancing Quality in Digital Learning Environments, aims to help providers develop a toolkit in order to enhance the quality of digital learning for their students. Key to this and other guidance published in response to COVID-19 are the reflective questions we suggest institutions consider in order to best enhance the student experience, and of course according to their specific circumstances of their institution. So, the Enhancing Quality in Digital Learning asks, for example, which institutional strategies specifically accommodate digital teaching and learning? Do they align and support each other? Are educational objectives and/or pedagogical theory and models driving the focus of digital teaching and learning at a strategic level? And how are students with specific learning difficulties accommodated within digital teaching and learning approaches? In developing this and other pieces of guidance, we draw heavily on the work of our enhancement themes mentioned earlier, as well as other enhancement-led activity. An enhancement-led focus means that we are not only looking at meeting the challenges of the day, but also thinking about what this means for the future of higher education. So we've been working with professional, statutory and regulatory bodies, facilitating liaison with the sector to look at how adapted higher education provision will need of the regulatory bodies and the professions for employment to help graduates into their future careers. We're facilitating a working group that is looking at the English credit framework and how the sector can evolve to allow flexibility for students to undertake a greater range of study, and in particular, how do we look at credit-bearing awards that might be needed for people who want to move from employment into study back into employment. And we have produced advice and guidance encourage institutions to develop a taxonomy of digital provision, so that providers are able to build a common language to describe digital approaches to programme delivery and support them in setting students' expectations of their programmes. These and other projects are intended to build on the innovation of higher education sectors across the world have shown in meeting the challenges of COVID-19. But they're also intended to seek the opportunities that will come from looking at the way in which we deliver higher education and how we can bring permanent improvement, how we can enhance. Because of this, I'm confident that the UK sector will not only successfully emerge from COVID-19, but also will do with permanent beneficial change. And this is an important message for us to you, our international friends and colleagues. It is well known that the UK is a popular destination for international students. There are 16,000 students from Hong Kong studying at UK universities and 120,000 students from China. Although it is still too early to say with certainty, there are signs that widespread concerns in the UK that COVID-19 would impact on international student recruitment. This has not been realised. Our hope and belief is that international students still value the opportunity of the UK higher education as highly as ever. It is important for us, though, that all of our international students arrive confident in the education they will receive and leave with an outstanding education and social experience. So in anticipation of this, I particularly want to impress on you that the work of our sector in the UK in recent months has been focused on making sure that all of our students, whether from the UK, from the EU, or for further afield, are welcomed, are safe, and will benefit from their time in our country. Of course, the next academic year will present challenges, but for students arriving from Hong Kong, from China, and from nations around the world, I am positive it will be a rewarding experience. We are looking forward to welcome them. We work in a world of higher education where we change people's lives, where people come in and leave with new experiences and move forward to new careers. In our common endeavours in QA and HKCAAVQ, we have a growing and developing partnership of which we are immensely proud. I would like to thank Albert Chow and his colleagues for giving me the privilege to address your important conference. As we work together in the interests of students and the institutions we serve, I think we will achieve great things and future success. Just to reiterate, we value our relationship. We really enjoy our time together and working with you, and I wish you all the best in this, your important 30th anniversary. I would like to thank you for taking the time to come and listen to me.
Thank you, Mr. Blackstock, for the insightful remarks and encouragement. We will now take a 20-minute break, and the next session will start at 10:20 Hong Kong time. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you for joining us again, and here we come to the second part of the morning session. May I now invite our second keynote speaker, Ms. Edith Shi, to share with us on the 21st century international governance qualification from quality enhancement to excellence. Ms. Shi is the Executive Director and Company Secretary of CK Hutchison Holdings Limited, past President of the Chartered Governance Institute, and Deputy Chairman of the Finance Committee of the HKCAAVQ Council. Ms. Shi, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here this morning to share with you a journey that I have undertaken over the last 5 years. This is the process of the Chartered Governance Institute transforming its international qualification and quality assurance processes so as to enhance its program and achieve excellence. So this morning, I would like to cover 5 major topics. First of all, I'll give you a brief description of the Chartered Governance Institute. And then I will tell you how the global and the divisional structure of governance is being implemented. Then I will share with you the development and transformation of our international qualification. This is the work that we did over the past 5 years, and how we assure that quality is maintained. And from there, we hope we go from this enhancement to excellence. Now, HKCAAVQ celebrates our 30th anniversary this year. Let me tell you a little bit about the history of the Chartered Governance Institute. The Chartered Governance Institute was formerly called the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. It was founded in 1891, so it's 129 years old today. We changed our name from the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators to the Chartered Governance Institute last year. When it was first incorporated, it received the Royal Charter in 1902. This was granted by the Queen via the Privy Council, and this is the only chartered institute in the world. At the time, we can see that the objective of the Institute is still very pertinent today. It is for the promotion and advancement of secretarieship and leadership in the effective governance and effective administration of commerce, industry, and public affairs. It also has the keyword continued development of the study and practice of governance and administration of companies and other bodies. Now, what are these other bodies? These could be non-government organizations, non-profit organizations, educational institutes, professional institutes, charities, and now we're actually even branching out to religious organizations and sports institutes. The CGI is a global institute. So let's take a look at its footprint. CGI comprises 9 divisions. For a country to be able to form a division, it has to fulfill certain criteria, including having generally at least 1,000 members. So let's look at these 9 divisions: Canada, United Kingdom, Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Australia, and New Zealand. And in addition to the 9 divisions, there are 80 additional countries. And all these additional countries which cannot form one division, they are being looked after by the United Kingdom. So actually the United Kingdom division is called the UKRIAK, UKRIAK, United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland and Associated Territories. Now let's look at the membership. Now this is the statistics from the end of 2019. The Institute hosts council meetings twice a year. Our last council meeting was held in April, so these are the most updated figures we have. It's as of December 2019. We can see that the total membership is a little less than 30,000, and Hong Kong actually comprises 6,300 plus members, and that's about 20% of the total population. But more importantly, let's look at the studentship. The global studentship is a little over 11,000, but Hong Kong comprises 3,000, about 500, 31%. What does that tell us? Membership is important, but having a growing studentship is even more important. Hong Kong is number 2 in the entire CGI divisions. UK is the largest. It has about 9,000 members. Hong Kong is number 2, and Australia follows very closely thereafter. Now, how does one become a member of CGI? This is the route to membership. First of all, you have to be a university graduate. In Hong Kong, our university graduate is assessed at level 6, but in the UK is level 7. Now, there are 2 ways of becoming a member. You have to either go through the Institute's qualifying examination or go through a Master of Corporate Governance collaborative course. Now, how do these differ? The CGI examination is a public examination administered by CGI. The Master of Corporate Governance program is administered by individual universities. In Hong Kong, we have 4 universities that we collaborate with, the City University, Polytechnic University, Open University, and Baptist. For the Master of Corporate Governance course, if you work full-time, it will take you about 1.5 years, and part-time 3 years. So let's look at the left side of the qualification scheme. You can study and take the examinations and pass the examinations, but as to how long it would take you, we cannot tell. Most of our students who are university graduates would be having a full-time job. So they have to be studying during their free time. The examinations are not easy to pass, I assure you. So this is the academic process. Then we move on. So after you have passed all the exams or graduated from an MCG program, we pass on to the professional process. When you finish your exam, you are called a graduate. And then you start to count the years. And you can count the years from the first day you start working as a chartered governance professional. So it normally takes about 3 to 6 years, but you have to have relevant working experience. So after you have passed the exam, if all the 3 years you have been working full-time on governance work, you could become a graduate pretty soon. Then you achieve your associate status. And if you want to go further, about 7 or 8 years later, then you could be a fellow. Now let's look at the structure of CGI. There is a council, and there are 14 council members. You can look at each of the divisions is represented. The representation is by the number of members the divisions have. The UK being the largest, they have 3 council members. Hong Kong and Australia each has 2 council members, the rest 1 each. You can look at the very right side that says Professional Standards Committee Chair. This is a very important post. This is not a council member from representing any specific division, but this is the chairman of the PSC. The reason being PSC being so important in the entire scheme, maintaining the quality and the standards of our qualification. The International Council meets twice a year. And underneath there is an executive committee comprising 6 members, the president. There are 3 vice presidents at the moment, and 1 immediate past president, and that's me for the time being, and as well as the PSC chair, and we meet monthly. Underneath the executive committee, you can see that there are 3 important committees. On the left is the Constitutional Affairs Committee. This is like the judge that decides whether everything that's being done by the divisions, including the council itself, is according to our bylaws. On the right side, we have the Thought Leadership Committee. This committee is a relatively new committee. It was set up at the end of 2017, and I was the first chair. Thought leadership is very important in an institute like ours. And we produce about 4 or 5 papers a year. And I'm very glad to report that in 2018, one of our most important papers was a video on the hybrid AGM. Little did we know, this year, all our companies are holding hybrid AGMs, or even virtual ones. The Thought Leadership Committee comprises 8 members, generally 1 member from each of the divisions, and is a very interesting committee because of the diversification of the jurisdictions. We have Canada member having to get up at 6 o'clock, and the latest one is down in New Zealand at 11 p.m. And we try to be very efficient. We try to stick to 1-hour meeting. The middle committee is called the Professional Standards Committee, and is obviously a very important committee, as I have just told you. Now let's look at the PSC more closely. The composition of the PSC is academics and professionals. So these are the practitioners. And the work of the committee is to set qualification program, review and assess the standards, as well as grant accreditation status. The job of the PSC is to ensure that the quality of the institute, of the profession, is maintained. So we've just covered the global setup. Now let's look at the divisional setup, and I will use Hong Kong as an example, and I would say that the other divisions would be more or less similar. The Hong Kong Council comprises a number of committees, and you can see that on the far right side is the Education Committee. That's where the qualifying program is being looked after. Now let's see how we deal with quality assurance. The Council comprises 15 members with an Education Committee of 13 members. Underneath the Education Committee, there are 3 panels. 1, Academic Advisory, 2, Assessment Review, and 3, Qualification Development. The Academic Advisory panel would look at the qualification in general and provide general advice. Assessment Review panel would look at the examinations in detail, even the marking system and the papers. And the Qualification Development panel is for enhancement. Now let's look at the profile and skill set of the quality assurance team. Education Committee, 13 members. You can see there is a combination of academics and professionals. Their skill sets would cover corporate governance, company secretarial and compliance, legal, accounting and finance, as well as management or risk management. The Academic Advisory Panel, with 13 members, these are all from universities. They're all academics. The Assessment Review Panel comprises 12 members, also a combination of skill set and profile, as well as the Qualification Development Panel with 9 members. So now I'm going to take you to the real thing. It's the journey we went through changing our qualification. From 1902 to 2018, our qualification was called the Chartered Secretary qualification. And this is an internationally recognized qualification portable between all the member jurisdictions within the Institute. In year 2000, we decided to take a deep look inside. And then we came up with the International Qualifying Scheme, the IQS. Then we ensured that our program was fit for purpose. In year 2014, we conducted a global review after about 15 years. And during this period, from 2015 to 2017, we hired a consultant. This is Dr. Jenny Rees from the Edinburgh University. And the 9 divisions would collaborate with the Education Committee chair as well as their chief executives. And then the PSC, the committee itself, at the international level, as well as the International Council. So we took a look at the practice of chartered secretaries and discovered that actually our practice has moved from pure chartered secretaryship to governance-centric model. And a lot of our members were dealing with compliance work as well. So it took us 2 years to take a very detailed study of our program. And in 2017, we came up with the International Qualifying Scheme overhaul. And now we have the Chartered Governance Qualifying Program. During our AGM in 2017, which was held towards the end of the year, our members approved the new program as well as the change in the bylaws, because our program is written inside the bylaws. Then we went to the Privy Council and sought approval. And after we received the approval sometime in 2018, we launched the CGQP, the Chartered Governance Qualifying Program. Now, what does the CGQP comprise? There are 2 qualifications. 1, chartered secretaries. 2, chartered governance professionals. You can be one or the other, or you can be both. Let's look at the course contents. In year 2000, when we had the IQS, there were 8 modules, so 8 papers to take, part 1 and part 2. Generally, our students would finish part 1 before they go on to part 2. When we revamped our qualification program in 2018, we came up with 2 different designations. The basic 4 papers are more or less the same: applied governance, corporate law, finance for decision making, and risk and compliance. But if you choose to be a chartered secretary, then you go on to take company secretarial practice and development of strategy. And if you want to be a chartered governance professional, then you take enterprise risk management and advanced governance, or the development of strategy. And more modules are being incorporated. We're now even looking at governance for NGOs, for charities, etc. Now let's look at Hong Kong. What have we decided to do? We have decided we didn't want the chartered secretary or the chartered governance professional qualification. We're very greedy, we wanted both. So we combined the both. Instead of having 6 modules each, we ended up requiring our students to take 7 modules. And look at the ones on the top 3: risk management, strategic management, boardroom dynamics, or Hong Kong taxation. And after Hong Kong has decided to combine the 2 designations, actually the UK, Singapore, Malaysia, as well as Canada followed suit. So out of the 9 divisions, there are now 6 divisions that are offering dual qualifications. Now, how do we assess the quality of our program? Let's look at our quality assurance structure. In this chart, you have to look at the International Council, you have to look at PSC, the Divisional Committee and Council, as well as the individual education committees. This is a delegation down to do the hard work and then reporting up or across. So the International Council would delegate the Divisional Council and Committee to look after their own assurance. And then that Divisional Council or Committee would engage the Education Committee to do the work. When the work is done, they report up to the Divisional Committee, which has to report to International Council as well as across to the PSC. And the PSC will therefore provide accreditation and oversight of what the divisions are doing. PSC also reports to the International Council. So, what does PSC do? PSC establishes and delivers structure, syllabus, assessment standards of the qualifying programs. It also sets up the framework for assessing professional standing and competence. It would assess fit and proper person for election to be members. It enforces standards of professional conduct and ethics. It maintains assurance framework and criteria for the maintenance of the standard, together with external review from time to time. And it also sustains continuing professional development. So after this overhaul of our qualifying program, what action followed? During the period of 2018 to 2019, all the divisions were busy upgrading their assurance framework. There might be local variants. For example, the taxation or the law in Hong Kong might be different from that in Southern Africa. So we have to be writing our own syllabus. We also, during this period, have to come to the PSC to seek accreditation. The PSC normally accredits 2 to 5 years, depending on their assessment of the division. And during 2019, Australia secured its accreditation, 2019, UCREAT, 2020, China, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Singapore as well. And before the expiry of the accreditation, the divisions would have to go to PSC to seek for further extension. And of course, their program would be reviewed again. And if there are changes to the program, the permission from PSC would be required, such as exempting candidates from subject examinations. Normally, 4 subjects would be the maximum. This would be those that have taken in Hong Kong a Bachelor of Governance program within one of our accredited universities. The others are normally getting 3 subjects exemption. These would be accountants, lawyers, or business administration graduates. And if we need to vary an approved qualifying program, we have to go back to PSC. And if we need to be collaborating with new academic institutions. The Hong Kong Institute of Chartered Secretary did a survey late 2019, and we found that the company secretary is central to the implementation of governance in fulfilling compliance obligations, and corporate governance requirements are expected to increase substantially in the days to come. And this is for your reading when you have time. And in Hong Kong and in China, you can also see that the people surveyed or had the impression or the conviction that there will be increasing demand on governance requirements. In addition to that, we all require our members to have 15 hours of CPD a year. The Thought Leadership Committee continue to churn out thought leadership papers, and we have created an e-community platform at which we debate on governance-related topics and practices. And currently, we're looking at online examination, and we also have created an internship exchange program amongst the divisions. Last year, we had a student that came from the UK to come to work in Hong Kong. Although he came during the period, sorry, it's actually this last year. He came during the period when there was social unrest, but he actually learned a lot out of the experience. Now, just a recap. After 2018, when we have set out our new qualifying scheme and changed our name to the Chartered Governance Institute in 2019, additional 6 divisions also changed their name to something along the lines of the Chartered Governance Institute. These include Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the UK, Malaysia, and Southern Africa. Now CGI is the worldwide qualifying body for governance professionals, comprising 2 designations, Chartered Secretaries and Chartered Governance Professionals. And this is a global governance institute, and we will continue to develop the skills, knowledge, and experience in governance. We will continue to maintain our stringent qualifying program and requirements, and our qualification is internationally portable. Now it remains for Hong Kong, China to change its name. This process has been a little bit hindered because of not only the social unrest, but also the COVID-19 saga, but we will be getting to it very shortly. That completes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shi, for the inspiring sharing from the perspective of a well-established professional body. After the 2 keynote speeches, we now come to the first panel discussion of today's conference. In this session, the panel will focus on quality enhancement in teaching and learning. As for the moderator and the panelists, we are privileged to have our moderator, Professor Isabella Poon, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Vice President of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the Deputy Chairman of the Qualifications and Accreditation Committee of HKCAAVQ Council. The panelists include Dr. Albert Chow, Vice President, Teaching and Learning of Hong Kong Baptist University, Professor Ronald Chung, Dean of School of Continuing Education of Hong Kong Baptist University, and the Chairman of Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education. He is also a member of the HKCAAVQ Council. Professor Pong Ting Chun, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and Chairman of the Qualifications and Accreditation Committee of HKCAAVQ Council, and Professor Bjørn Stanstaker, Research Professor of University of Oslo in Norway, and also an HKCAAVQ member.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Isabella Poon from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So let me first start by introducing our panelists. And our first panelist is Professor Albert Chow, the Vice President Teaching and Learning of Hong Kong Baptist University. Albert earned his PhD in psychology. He was Director of General Education and Dean of Student Affairs of Hong Kong U, and now the Vice President Teaching and Learning of Baptist University. He is responsible for the university's teaching and learning and leads the development of curriculum and academic programs, quality assurance, innovative learning such as experiential learning and e-learning, student recruitment and placement, and globalization of teaching and learning. Welcome, Albert.
Thank you, Isabella.
We would also like to welcome another panelist, Professor Ronald Chung, Chairman of Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education and Dean of Continuing Education, Hong Kong Baptist University. Ronald comes from electrical engineering and computing engineering disciplines, was professor and chairman of Department of Mechanical and Automation Engineering of CHK, Deputy Executive Director of VTC, and now Dean of Continuing Education of Hong Kong Baptist University, and also Chairman of FSTE. He is an academic leader with rich experience in higher education administration and management. Welcome, Ronald.
Hi, everyone.
And I also like to welcome Professor T.C. Pong, a good friend of mine. He is Senior Advisor to the Provost and Professor of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. TC has led a number of projects in multimedia computing, e-learning, computer vision, and image processing. He is currently also Acting Director of Center for Education Innovation of Hong Kong UST. He's an expert in MOOCs. TC, welcome. And we would also very much love to welcome Professor Bjorn Steenseeker, our overseas panelist. Thank you very much. He's joining us at his time. It is midnight, I think, yes? And Professor Steenseeker is the Professor of Higher Education at University of Oslo, Norway. And he's also a research professor at NIFU, the Nordic Institute for Studies in Innovation, Research and Education. Bjorn has a special interest in studies of governance and change in higher education, including studies of how external and internal qualification of assurance impacts the higher education sector. He has published widely on these issues in a range of international journals and books. He is currently a member of a number of QA agencies in different countries and places. So we look forward to hear your views and comments.
Nice to be here.
Bjorn, thank you. So as you are all very experienced senior management in the higher education and also have much experience in quality assurance, maybe we start by a very general question. What do you see as the key challenges facing institutions in regard to quality enhancement in teaching and learning? Maybe let's start with Albert. Albert.
Okay, thank you, Isabella. Thank you, colleagues who are watching online. I think the major challenges to teaching and learning and the quality enhancement is there with or without COVID-19. But COVID-19 would bring a new dimensions as well as accelerating all these changes. To me, the challenges come from two words. One is diversity, and the other one is speed. In terms of diversity, we know that the range of learning experiences is getting wider. In the past, we were pretty much limited to campus, to the lecture room, but now we are talking about service learning, experiential learning, internship exchange, so on and so forth. And we need to work with a lot of partners in different contexts in which student learning has to take place. But our needs may or may not be fully aligned with those of our partners, and we cannot assume our partners or know our practices, such as OBTL, rubrics, so on and so forth. So we need to talk with them, we need to discuss and design the learning experiences together with them. And then there is also a need to ensure all these experiences are valuable and well organized. The second dimension of diversity is the diversity in assessment methods and provision of feedback. I think there is a large gap, a very big gap between the conventional assessment methods. For example, we ask our students to sit in an examination hall, and the future life of our students. For example, soft working space. When we turned online last semester, I met with my students saying that we have to do our assessment online. And my students said, okay, I'll Google. I will talk to my classmates. And we consider this as cheating. But don't we do that every day? Okay, when I am confronted with a problem, I pick up my phone and call maybe Isabella, maybe colleagues in Chinese, and then I Google and see what other universities are doing. Okay, and then we have to change our quality enhancement measures to adapt it to cater for, say, continuous assessment, assessment for learning, assessment as learning, rather than assessment of learning. And then we also have to look into the assessment or documentation of the learning processes and assessment of the core competencies rather than just book knowledge. So, and then COVID-19, of course, would bring a new normalcy. There will be online mode of teaching, hybrid mode of teaching, and there will be a lot of inter-institutional co-teaching. So we have to ensure how to protect the integrity and quality of these courses. And then at my university, we were forced to run a lot of practicum sessions online. Some were shortened, okay, because of the time limitation, and some were delivered with the video mode. So we have to change our assessment as well. And as we all know, there are a lot of online short courses, for example, micro-credentials, nano degrees, micro degrees. So what would be the proper quality enhancement measures to maintain good balances between responsiveness and students' needs and accountability? Responsiveness is not the trademark of higher education. Okay, we have long approval procedures for changes in the curriculum, long approval procedures for the change in the assessment method. The Senate will take a year, okay, to approve anything. So we have to look into how we respond, and that is the second challenge I talked about, which is the speed, the rapid pace. Okay, so I should stop here, and then I look forward to a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for your sharing. I like your keywords, diversity and speed. Maybe other panel members, do you have, I think you may have experienced some challenges that Albert have mentioned. Maybe you can also share with us what have you experienced and whether you have similar challenges. How about we start with Bjorn, because you are on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I very much agree with the things that Albert is mentioning. I would especially highlight his emphasis on assessment. I think, but this is general. I mean, we are all struggling with handling the COVID-19 implications at our universities. But in general, I think one of the most conservative areas of university affairs is how we conduct exams, how we assess our students. And I think we also know how powerful a change engine. If we change the assessment, we also change the way that students learn. The challenge we I think face as those responsible for perhaps instigating change is that both our colleague academics, but also students are extremely conservative when it comes to the ways and forms of testing. They would like predictability. They would see that some legal issues related to testing is also upheld as an important thing. But I think one of the real challenges that we face is how to make sure that assessment is also being exposed to innovation and creative thinking, especially when technology perhaps is forcing us to limit the options that we have in this area. May I also say, and this is perhaps more of an internal challenge to universities, that at least in Oslo, where we also have tried to transform our teaching to a digital mode, I think what we see now is how important the organization is for delivering good digital teaching. In regular face-to-face teaching, the teacher have a lot of autonomy, and the teacher is almost in command of everything. In a COVID-19 situation, and where we are teaching in a much more digital mode, we see that it is the connections between the organization, the pedagogy, and the digital technology, and how the interplay is functioning between the support structure, the teacher, and the technology. The way that these three factors connect is so important for the quality that the student experience at the other end. So I think this situation that we are facing at the moment is also challenging us from an organizational point of view. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Maybe TC. Okay, TC.
Yeah, thank you, Isabella, and thank you for Albert for making a very good introduction. I agree totally with you about what you pointed out, especially about the diversity of learning experience in these days. But I think what we really want to think about is what are the expected learning outcome that we want to deliver. Especially these days, we all talk about, in addition to the disciplined knowledge, we also talk about the soft skills. It is very important in the 21st century, I think, success in the career. So how do we really measure or even assess such soft skill? Right? The co-curricular activities that you talk about, or even other learning experience like service learning, is in a way try to deliver this kind of competency. But how to assess that and how to enhance that could be an issue that we really want to look into, because currently I think a lot of the quality assurance focus on the discipline, knowledge, and skill. Yeah. Right, but how we can actually enhance that is something we may not even know what is the best way of doing it, right? Let alone talking about how to assess that.
Yeah. We are all aware of a quote: "What is countable may not count, and what counts may not be countable." Okay, so we are all aware of that quote. That is a big challenge to assessment and quality enhancement assessment.
And maybe just a follow-up on TC's point. Well, we can see that there are many activities or learning activities nowadays. We have a wider range of learning activities and assessment method nowadays. Well, on the side of QA, well, do you think it is necessary for us to set up some common standards for all these activities? We know that there are some, well, they are different. However, there are some commonalities. So, for example, we need students to have some hands-on exercise or hands-on participation in some work, and they need to go out. And do you think, yes, we need something in this regard, the QA, some common standard? So, for example, how many hours and equivalent to how many credit units, things like that. What do you think?
Well, I think that it would be good if you can do it. But very often, in order to assess such learning outcome in particular, for example, you talk about the 4 C's, right? Critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration, and also the problem-solving skill. You may not be able to do a reliable assessment until the students graduated a few years ago, and then how success they are, and then collect feedback from the employers. Right. So I think later on I'll talk about stakeholder feedback. So I think that's another important component.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chair, I also have one point to make. So I think traditionally the soft skills are acquired through interaction, exchange, internship, some projects, team projects, and so on. So a lot of these soft skills are acquired through some unstructured activities. So and what you acquire from all these unstructured activities are rather subtle. So how do you measure it and so on? It will be very difficult. So I think we are facing a very huge challenge in the coming days on how to somehow teach soft skills, nourish soft skills, and also assess soft skills. Something that we have to think about in the coming time and period of time.
Yes, I agree very much on that. Maybe, yeah, because we are talking about learning activities as well as assessment. Beyond earlier, also talk about the point that we should expose ourselves to innovative assessment approach. And so maybe we can discuss further along this direction. What do you see as the more innovative assessment approach, what you have in your institution. And from the side of a QA, what can we do together to make the assessment more, uphold the standard, for example, that is the usual term that we have been using, uphold the standard. But at the same time, we can encourage innovation. Perhaps we can also talk about this point. I think this is an important point, and I always think of, well, what can we do in this regard? Within the course, so for example, just an ordinary course, just like a science and engineering course, then what can we do? Any suggestions beyond? Yeah.
Yeah, may I just follow up? I think what can we do? Indeed, it's a challenging issue, but a very important one. I think standards is one thing, but at the same time, and I think we all use learning outcomes in different parts of the world as a guide to design and organize our programs. But sometimes I wonder whether we actually take the learning outcomes that we describe seriously in the ways that we actually construct our tests and exams. Because if you look into into learning outcomes, they are quite often quite broad and general when it comes to student competences, skills. They include, as we have talked about now, soft skills. But when we test, we usually focus on the hard skills. You know, what can be tested in a quite easy way. And I think one way to perhaps at least encourage innovation here is also to maybe change the whole situation of testing. I mean, we at universities, we organize teaching and learning as in lectures, and then we have maybe group works, and then we have some examinations going on afterwards. So I think perhaps one way to also to start to test soft skills is to perhaps build assessment and examination into the learning process in a more seamless way than we have seen in the past. Using formative assessment, building on formative assessment as a way also of testing student involvement, their continuous struggle to learn, so that we have a much more process-oriented way of testing our students. So I think maybe experimenting a little bit with building assessment into the learning process could be at least one way forward.
Okay, so that is just like what Albert mentioned, assessment for learning as well as assessment as learning, right? Okay, TC.
Well, I just want to share my experience. I agree totally that the design of the exam, the test is very important. Yeah, I think the traditional way when you set up exam is to ask the students question and expect the students to provide an answer, right? So, but then is this a good way to do the testing? They could just memorize certain things and then give you an answer. What I have been trying to do lately is to ask the question, to come up with the question.
Yeah.
Even for multiple choice, right? Think about how difficult is it to come up with a good multiple choice question. But when I ask students, they try to come up with multiple choice questions. They sometimes getting much better questions than what I had in mind. And this is a good way to test students whether they have a good grasp of the concept. If they can come up with a good question, is a good indication that they have some understanding of what is important. This inquiry-based learning too, right? I think this is another approach that I've been trying, especially now that we are moving online. So multiple choice question is not a good way to test for online exams, right? But then ask them to come up with the multiple choice question. It's another way to actually assess the understanding, the learning outcome of students.
So that is to ask the students to design the assessment together with us. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good idea. Yes, thank you so much, TC. Anything you would like to add along this direction, or before we move to another question?
Well, I think sorry, Albert.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Beyond, maybe.
Well, I just think this is one way, and I think it's also what TC is indicating here is that students represent a resource that we can also use for the innovation process, and I think good innovation processes here would imply that we actually start to talk to our students about what we try to accomplish. And get them on board quite easily. Also on what these new forms of assessment and examination could actually be. Thank you.
Yeah. So that is the idea of having students as our partners, right?
Yeah.
Albert.
Yes, I think changing the assessment method is easier at the higher education level, but when it comes down to say big public examination, we don't talk about students are being conservative. Teachers are. I think parents are also conservative. I still remember the debate about school-based assessment in Hong Kong. At the end of the day, parents objected to it. Teachers objected to it. Your A is only equivalent to my C. Okay? The A in your school is only equivalent to C in my school. That sort of things. So when we face with diversity, when we face with rapid change, we have to look at the standardization, grade modulation, that sort of thing. So the dynamic is always there.
Yes, I agree. Actually, Albert earlier also mentioned about the collaboration between institutions. So it is necessary, or to a certain extent, it seems that we may need some work in terms of standardization. Yes, in order to facilitate the collaboration. Okay, so, well, maybe because earlier we all met, well, some of you also mentioned about the pandemic situation. And we see that in the past 12 months, contingency are made by institutions due to the pandemic and also other factors in Hong Kong. And part of this contingency have become norms. For example, the use of online and alternative delivery has now played a major role in teaching and learning and assessment. What are your views on the future development in light of these challenges? Maybe Wano?
Thank you, Isabella. I think you have put it precisely. Because of the COVID-19, education at all levels, so secondary, primary, kindergarten, and so on, have been affected one way or the other. Willingly or unwillingly. It's already difficult for the tertiary education institutions already. It's particularly difficult for elementary school, primary school, and kindergarten because whether they like it or not, they still have to go to e-learning and so on. And the kids are very young and they have to get help from the parents and so on. So the consequences that were brought about are many, and we could actually at least see a few already. The teaching staff have to adapt to all these new normal e-learning in a very short time. Okay, that actually advanced the introduction of the e-learning across the board in Hong Kong and elsewhere. And the students also have a difficult time. They also have to adapt because all the learning, teaching take place over the internet and so on. So they have to somehow make sure that the internet connections are good enough to actually follow the lectures and so on. And there are also many other things happening. For example, labs and practicum become very difficult. There's no face-to-face sections. So how do we somehow take care of the labs and practicum? This is particularly severe in some particular programs, like healthcare, nursing, medical, engineering, science, and so on. These are all a tough time for all these programs. Earlier, Albert actually mentioned about assessment, right? Now, without face-to-face contact, the exams will be almost impossible. Now, we have to somehow rely upon continuous assessment. But is that good enough? Is there other options for us? In some particular majors, they might want to have certain elements of exams. They could not rely solely on continuous assessment. Then how do we somehow tackle the problem? There are also some other issues. For example, some students may not have good enough internet connection. They may be out of town. They may be in a different time zone. So it's not very convenient for them to actually listen to all these online lectures live. So we have to somehow provide asynchronous learning in parallel with synchronous learning. What makes the whole thing even more complicated is, for example, in Hong Kong, after 28th, after 23rd, there will be certain schools, secondary school and also tertiary education institution, resuming face-to-face teaching. Then you have two kinds of students happening at the same time. You have face-to-face teaching in the classroom, you have online internet teaching for people outside Hong Kong and so on. Now, the instructors will have a difficult time having both at the same time. Especially, some instructors like me and also others, they like to walk around on the stage when they teach. That might somehow incur better teaching to some of us. But then when you walk around on the stage, making all kinds of hand gestures and so on, you're teaching, then could the camera also follow you, zoom to your face and so on? and also in the right time, they will discard your face and go back to the PowerPoint notes and so on. So these are all very difficult. So face-to-face and online teaching at the same time, co-delivery. No, I think we need more technologies to happen, to help us.
Yes.
And there are many other things as well. So back to you, Isabella.
Yes, I agree very much with you. The hybrid mode of teaching, that is face-to-face together with online, that is really a challenge. Maybe I ask TC first then, because TC is a engineering, engineer, and also he has, well, I remember last time when we met at the HKCAAVQ office, you talk about some assessment approach that really help the teacher to invigilate the examination. So any comment on one of those points, TC?
Oh, yeah, before I talk about the assessment, I just want to share with you my own experience almost 18 years ago, if you still remember, 2003, when we had to face SARS, right?
SARS, yes.
Yeah, and at the time, we had already moved to online, but the technology is not the same, right? The internet bandwidth would not be able to support live interactive online learning, but I don't think we learned from our experience. Now the history is repeating all over again. And in fact, in between SARS and now, in 2009, there was the swine flu. Okay, for those who are old enough would have gone through all these sequence of events. But what happened after SARS and swine flu? We moved back to just traditional face-to-face teaching without much changes, right? I would say that after COVID-19, I think most institutions will probably revert back to the normal, although we all talk about the new normal, right? Because, it's difficult to change the mindset of faculty. They are most stubborn, right? But I think it's a matter of how we want to keep up this momentum. I see a lot of good things coming out of the experience. Yeah, people are really have now having experience in doing online teaching, but I don't think online teaching can replace face-to-face interaction totally. So I would say in the future, I would like to see more blended learning. You can move some of the lecture without interaction offline, online, and then do more face-to-face interaction to put the quality interaction in the classroom. As far as assessment is concerned, again, we are seeing some innovation. Yeah, in the past, I think you have all these memory type exam, but then now people are more innovative in coming up with other assessment approaches. But then what Isabella mentioned about how to monitor the students when they are doing the online exam is another issue that we have to deal with. But then I think if the exam is just not just to recall certain things that they learn, then it doesn't matter whether they have access to other online resources. When the students are doing the exam.
Yes, TC, I like your point that we have learned a lot from SARS. So that time, this time we are not really well prepared for that. So I think this is something we may work together to see what we can do this time. Albert, what do you think?
Well, I think, because I have to look after assessment at my university, I have been scrambling with questions or issues that PC has brought up. A few months ago, my colleagues and I actually looked very deeply into 2 online proctoring systems. Okay, they use AI to detect bizarre movements on the student's part, for example, looking down on a mobile phone and so on and so forth. After 2 demonstrations, I said to my colleagues, sorry, I just don't want to pursue. It's not just because of money, but I don't want to perpetuate this kind of invigilation. So all this AI proctoring system is replacing a human invigilator with an AI system. So I think we do need to have a paradigm shift. This is what I've been discussing with my colleagues, and really look into the learning process. I think John talked about the technologies. I think these days we have sufficient computing power to look into, say, qualitative learning outcomes, essays, for example, okay, to detect, for example, the soft skills, whether they have a broader global outlook, or if we can document their teamwork, okay, the learning analytics can tell us, say, how a student evolves in a team setting. How the person, for example, may start with a very quiet mode, turning into a more outspoken or even eventually a leader. I think we can have sufficient computing power. We have sufficient learning analytic tools to look into the process of learning, and then to understand the acquisition of those soft skills a bit better. We are embarking on such a project. I don't know whether we will succeed or not, but somewhere someone has to give it a start and fail, okay? So that people who are coming after will succeed.
Okay, thank you.
I'll fail, I know.
Thank you, Albert. Beyond?
Yeah, well, interesting questions. I think we are starting to maybe reaching a more matureness when it comes to the digital mode, where we are more aware of the benefits of face-to-face teaching and what can actually be done online and what can be done in a very good way online as well. I think we see from a lot of surveys and investigations that students enjoy the flexibility that digitalization provides. At the same time, we also have reports that students are struggling with loneliness, social isolation, and that the digital mode can be quite exhausting in the long run. And I think one of the classic insights we have from the world of learning is that learning is actually a social process. So how do we facilitate that in a very digital mode? And I think one of the dangers that we face today is that some of the technologies we are using, although they are fine in technical terms, I mean, Zoom, we have Canvas, the learning platform, the Blackboard, all sorts of technologies available, they are quite standardized. And they are, if we start to think about it, also quite limited when it comes to the things you can actually do. I mean, you have a lot more flexibility if you have students gathered in a classroom. where you can organize group work in a much more informal way, and where you can foster different kind of dialogue. So I think one of the big challenges here is that we could risk that, you know, the digital mode that everyone talks about is a innovative form of teaching could actually be quite standardized, could actually be quite boring, could actually be quite, you know, maybe not fostering student learning in the best way possible in the long run. So, and we know that students are enjoying live sessions, you know, sessions like these where real people are talking about issues live, and where they can join in and be part of the discussion. It's been a lot of talk about the flipped classroom, you know, where you have videos that have been pre-recorded and stuff like that. But we know that students are, you know, they learn the best when they are engaged in a social process, discussing with each other, discussing and receiving feedback from the teachers. So I think it is a huge challenge for us to design educational offerings that emphasize the interaction in a good way. I think we, in many universities around the world, we are still perhaps, you know, taking the lecture, the old-fashioned lecture online, and continue with the lecture in a digital form, while the conditions for learning change when we enter into a digital space. So I think we really need to have a second look about how we design our educational offerings, because I think the design issue becomes much more important when we are offering education in a digital mode. And it, you know, when we do things face to face, we have a lot more flexibility. We can go back and forth, but in a digital format, that is much more difficult. So I think for most teachers, at least, to rethink what they are going to do when they teach, and to plan it in much more detail than they are used to do it, that is perhaps the biggest challenge. So I think one of the things that we need to look into is planning and designing our teaching, because that is something that we are not that used to do. Actually, we are experts as professors. We walk into the classroom, we have an idea of what we want to learn our students, and we play along with students. And in a face-to-face setting, that can be done. In a digital mode, that is much more difficult.
Yes, I agree very much, Beyond. And also in the online learning mode, that is also many ways that can help our students to be more interactive. So maybe I can just share with you a survey conducted in our own university. Well, last term we have online survey and asking our students to comment, by two open-ended questions. What is the best aspect by the online learning, and then what is the challenges? And, you know, we receive more than 10,000 responses from our students. And the top rank about the good aspect, you know what? It is the interaction.
Okay.
And also, on the other hand, the challenges, it is also interaction. So it means that there is a lot that we can do. There are some teachers, they are doing very good in the online platform, and there are some other teachers, they may need time to really catch up. So that is something that we can work together. Wono, you have something to say, right?
No, I was asking whether the interaction was through chat room or something.
Chat room, through chat room, yes. And so they are saying that they have more interaction with the teachers because they can now make use of the chat room. They are willing to raise hands and all this. I think so it is really a very surprise. Because we analyze all the student feedback, they are open-ended questions, but the top rank, we really classify the comment into different categories, and then the category that many students comment is actually interaction on the good aspect.
But as a psychologist, I'm always concerned about the use of very short messages in the chat box, or WhatsApp, okay, or Twitter.
Yeah.
To replace verbal communication. We all talk about learning as a social activity, and we all talk about the importance of building learning communities. I'm not saying that we cannot build online communities, but can we replace computer-mediated short messages, text, okay, and take that as good as in-depth verbal communication? I don't know. We need a very in-depth study.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. We need some study in this regard. Beyond.
Ron first.
Go ahead, Jan.
Beyond first. Beyond.
No, Ron was first, so let Ron speak.
No, I was trying to say, even verbal communication could be done online.
Yes.
If you have a system like chat room, so that only one could speak at one time, then people could, compete for speaking over the internet, and the whole class could hear all the voice communication. It's not impossible.
Beyond?
No, I think coming back to the point about chat rooms, especially when you have a large number of students and you are in a digital mode, you of course use chat rooms as a way to foster some kind of interaction and enhance student activity. And that is fine. At the same time, we also know that there is also a risk that is it really a quality discussion that goes on in this chat room? What are the academic level of the discussions going on here? And I think one of the things that we also need to look into as teachers is to train our students to be internationalize or to make more explicit academic standards and so that they can be more autonomous when they are conducting these discussions, because it's impossible for teachers to actually go into every chat room and to have the same function again as you can do in a face-to-face teaching situation. So again, I think there is a need for us to also to prepare students to be much more autonomous, to be much more aware of quality standards. So instead of just talking about substance in our teaching activities, I think we also need to provide or help students to develop some kind of a meta-awareness of the academic standards that we ourselves are having, and so that they can actually use them and develop them themselves in these chat rooms. I think to develop more autonomous students is really crucial, and that we should spend quite a lot of time actually in trying to foster that kind of self-aware and reflective students.
Okay, thank you. TC.
Well, I agree totally that the interaction is important. And also a chat room is one way of doing it. But for those who have actually done a Zoom or live interactive teaching, you know how difficult that is when you're giving the lecture. And then while the students are posting a lot of the comments on the chat room, we actually have complained that the teacher is spending too much time responding to what's being posted in the chat room and forgot about delivering the lecture. So I think we need to think about what the pedagogy. Recently, actually, because we need to move back to face-to-face teaching, but then we also have to take care of the online students. So we are now thinking about what are different ways to deal with mixed mode teaching. One approach that we are experimenting now, we don't have a good name for it, but we are calling it something like synchronized script or a simultaneous script. You know the flipped classroom, right? You ask the students to watch the video, and then after that you have the face-to-face interaction. But think about now that in the last semester we have already recorded our Zoom lecture. What if you just play the Zoom lecture live to the student while the instructor is monitoring what the students are posting in the chat room? So the instructor now can pay attention to what is being posted. And because you have the video already, you can chunk the video in such a way that in between video, you can introduce interaction there. So it's a kind of flip, but the live interaction is synchronous also. So an instructor can pay attention to the interaction, the posting in the chat room while they are watching the video. So I think we can think about different kind of mixed mode teaching that could be beneficial, not only to the student, but also to the instructor. And in the new normal, think about that some students, after going through the online learning, they may prefer online learning, even if we are moving back to face-to-face, but some students will always prefer face-to-face. So in the future, we may not have a choice, but deal with mixed mode teaching. So I think we need to think about what the innovative way to deliver this kind of mixed mode teaching.
Yeah, thank you, TC. I agree with you. Yes, and also, well, we talk about many challenges and also many new practices under the pandemic, and also that can be continued to use under new normal. Then, well, we are in a conference of HKCAAVQ, right? And it is a QA.
I almost forgot.
So what do you think the future role of QA agencies will be in terms of collaboration with institutions in promoting, advocating, and supporting quality enhancement in teaching and learning? We have discussed so much that we can do. How about beyond? You have many experience in different QA agencies.
Yeah, well, thank you for for that easy question. What will be the future of QA? I think I would start by looking a bit into the history, also showing and demonstrating perhaps some of the challenges, because historically, quality assurance has not been about collaboration with higher education institutions. It's about controlling higher education, and especially accreditation is very much a controlling instrument. I mean, the worst form, accreditation, as I sometimes talk about, accreditation is a process for killing innovation, because the historical standards that are used in accreditation, they are suggesting what is normal and what is not. And if you are creative and go beyond what is normal, then you run into trouble with quality assurance and accreditation. I think in many parts of the world, and I think quality assurance agencies are increasingly have recognized that they are part of a governance system, and that good governance is not only about control, it is also about enhancement. And I think, as in Hong Kong, that there is a need to try to strengthen the collaboration with institutions. What we have seen in different parts of the world is, of course, that many agencies are diversifying their activities, and that what you could call consultancy and guidance and development project, and perhaps also using the information that all these agencies have from many accreditation and from the historical process of accreditation, that the agencies also use that information to analyze it and feed it back into the institutions as a knowledge base for further development. But at least in Europe, I think we see that a number of agencies are experimenting and building up more consultancy and training processes, also for those working with quality management inside the higher education institution. So I think it's kind of interesting to see that, at least in a European context, we see that some quality assurance agencies are slowly transforming into what we have seen in the financial audit business, where the traditional financial audit was all about controlling. Are your accounts in a proper shape? And what we have seen in that area is that the more the enhancement function, the strategic function of these consultancies it's been much more emphasized. And this is where these firms today are earning most of their money. And of course, it is very difficult to predict what will go on in the quality assurance sector. But given the increased competition, also internationally, between quality assurance agencies, I think we will see a landscape of quality assurance providers that will maybe specialize a bit more in the future, and where you have some agencies that are perhaps being much more taking on the traditional accreditation role, while perhaps other agencies are trying to find a combined role, and perhaps some agencies are maybe fostering a role where development and institutional collaboration and guidance is becoming the thing that is highlighted.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience. And well, we can also observe some similar characteristics in the involvement of QA system in Hong Kong. Well, under such a development, maybe I go to Albert first. And Albert, what's your comment? How would you expect, for example, HKCAAVQ or UGC QAC can work with us to enhance teaching and learning in your own institution?
Well, I pretty much agree with what Bjorn just said. And I think I don't know much about HKCAAVQ, so I better keep quiet. Otherwise, I'll say things wrong and simple. So I don't want to do that. But for UGC QAC, I think they are moving more in a direction of partnership and enhancement. Earlier on, PC talked about engaging students as partners or even co-creators of examination questions. Can we apply the same logic to accreditation agencies? Every institution has its own objective, has its own culture. So can we develop with the QA agency a set of rubrics, okay, for accreditation or for QA for this particular agency? But of course, there would be certain criteria that we have to match. For example, the integrity of the process, some sort of, even though we say quantitative measures are not always applicable, but still can we have certain kind of very high level, somewhat abstract criteria, and then the institution will work with the agency to work out the process and the rubrics that is suitable to the institution. Say, for example, a liberal arts institution would be very different from an engineering technology institute. So we have to tailor-make, to some extent, that sort of criteria. And I still remember when I was a very young faculty member, they had this formative assessment or performance appraisal every year. So I define my own goals, whether I would like to spend more time on this particular research or more teaching. So in my formative years, I benefited a lot from that kind of co-creation of the appraisal system as formative mechanism. So I wonder if we can do something along those lines. So it would be somewhat of democratization of the accreditation and QA process, if you like the term.
Okay, thank you. Ronald, you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you. My feeling is HKCAAVQ has been actually stepping in the right direction for years already. They are changing from the process-based or class attendance-based to the more outcome-based, right? And I suppose they will also look into what Bjorn just said, or TC just said, sensible question asking based, you know. They will look into that as well in the future. Now, I know that they also have certain allowance, and they are actually stepping up all these allowance on e-delivered program. So that is actually something that we have to look into very seriously. In terms of the exam requirement, assessment requirement, and so on, they will find ways to tackle all these difficulties, I guess. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. So
I just want to echo what Albert just said about partnership between the QA agency and the institutions are very important. Yeah, especially I think in this new normal, because things have changed, right? What about the QA process? And because the agency may not know much about what's going on in the institutions these days, right? When we all move to online, when we move to mixed mode, so how do we do QA? How do you assess learning outcome in such learning environment? And we are also changing our assessment tools, right? So again, all these will need to be communicated with the QA agency. I think in the past, the problem that we often face, I think we all have the experience when we talk about the QA audits, right? The faculty often would ask, who are they to assess us, right? So, and I think we somehow we have to get the faculty buy-in. That's very important. And actually, Albert in the opening talk about in the past, the agency role is more as a gatekeeper when they talk about QA quality assurance. But now the role has been changed more to being a facilitator, to be the gate opener.
Yes.
So I think this is very important. Right? So I think for the agency to work together with the institutions, really the goal is on quality enhancement.
Yes.
Yeah. So I like very much the idea of engaging institutions as partners or they should be as facilitators. Yes, Beyond?
Just a response to Albert's comment about partnerships. I definitely agree there, and I think we can see in different parts of the world that quality assurance agencies are trying to develop various forms of partnerships, trying to tailor their accreditation processes more to the specific needs of the institutions. In some parts of the world, this is called risk-based approaches to quality assurance, and that's fine. At the same time, there is a problem, or there is at least a challenge there, because again, when we talked about our fellow academics and students that are sometimes being conservative when it comes to the ways that examinations are conducted, we also see that while institutions on the one hand want to be seen and assessed and accredited on their specific profile, they also want to be treated equally with all the other institutions. So for quality assurance agencies to have a more diversified approach to accreditation can be a challenge, when especially in an area where institutions also at the same time want to be treated in exactly the same way according to the same standards as their neighbors. So there is a challenge here, especially for accreditation agencies, to balance these different expectations coming from institutions, but also from national governments, that they also would like to see some standards at the same time that they also would encourage institutional profiles and so there is a fine balance to be struck there.
Yes, I agree on that. Yes, also when QA agency come to monitor us, and they will ask for feedback. So I think let's turn to another question about feedback. Well, engagement of stakeholders in feedback collection and turning them into actions for quality enhancement are critical and essential as part of robust teaching and learning process. What are the key success factors in making this happen? How can we do a better job in the midst of new normal? TC, can you share with us your views?
Yeah, thank you, Isabella. But I think we would all agree that collecting feedback from stakeholders is important for quality enhancement in teaching and learning, especially during time of change, like what we are going through now due to COVID-19. And it's stated in the HKCAA manual for the 4-stage quality assurance process that program outcomes are typically assessed by analyzing information such as stakeholders' feedback and employment data from employees and companies. Employers and companies. Stakeholders can be engaged in evaluation and alignment of program objective and learning outcome, and also provide input to the planning for improvement purpose, as well as making governance and management decisions. In order for such feedback to be useful, we need a better understanding on who our stakeholders and what are their interests and expectations. Different stakeholders, for example, internal and external, could have different short-term or long-term interests. Think about what the students would say if you ask them whether they would prefer face-to-face or online teaching when they are paying full tuition fee. Although we all know that safety is a concern, but then they always would ask for more interaction, more access to the facility when they are paying the fee. But then what they're thinking, it's more short-term. So we need a clear plan on what and how to collect feedback from stakeholders and how they will be analyzed and used. Last but not least, completing the feedback loop by informing stakeholders of the follow-up or changes made is also very important. Now, on the question, how can we do a better job in the midst of this new normal? Since most institutions have moved to teaching and learning online, the digital learning platform would allow us to collect a huge amount of data or feedback that are useful for better understanding how students learn and how we could enhance our delivery of teaching and learning. So it's a matter of how we want to use such a wealth of information for quality enhancement. Adjustments to the strategy and planning may be needed in order to sustain the momentum brought about by COVID-19. So I would like to other members to share the ideas on this topic too.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is very important that we provide feedback to those who provide feedback to us, right? Yes, completing the feedback loop is important, closing the feedback loop. Ronald, any suggestions or ideas in this topic?
No, I just want to say a few words about the data collection. I think in the traditional face-to-face teaching, the way we acquire information or data or feedback from the students, for example, typically through questionnaires and so on. So they are not at moments, but instead, perhaps you only do it once or twice in a semester or something. Okay, so it's actually a collection. Whereas in the case of the e-learning, okay, in this particular age, you have a lot more data that you can actually use, okay? The question is, there could be too much data, and you have to somehow capture the essential ones. You have to do certain analytics and so on, and you can have immediate feedback to the class. I think that is the positive side of the age of e-learning, okay? So I'm actually optimistic on this particular regard. I feel that I think in the age of e-learning, there are lots more possibilities we can actually pursue. Okay, so that's my feeling in a way.
Yeah, thank you, Ronald. Beyond, any suggestions or comments?
Yeah, I think, well, thanks, TC, for the intro comment here. I think what we see today is I think, a growing awareness that interaction with stakeholders is very important. I think both institutions and quality assurance agencies are, in a quite regular fashion, collecting information from stakeholders, trying to engage in dialogue with stakeholders and so forth. So I don't think that the frequency of interaction is the problem, really. I think the big problem is to have more long-term thinking about, what are really the future qualifications needed and how is the working life going to develop in the long term, because many of the current stakeholders, employers, they are very emphasizing, they are looking for graduates having knowledge that can be immediately utilized into a work-life setting. So they are very concerned about, do I get good graduates that can start to work and be up to speed from day one? Fine. But, the role and the job for universities is also to develop the graduates of the future. So I think one of the challenges when focusing too much on the present needs of the labor market or whatever is that we are educating for yesterday instead of educating for tomorrow. So I think one of the problems that we have is how to facilitate processes where we can at least encourage stakeholders also to think about more in long terms, beyond the horizon, so to speak. And I think, again, we have talked much about students in this conversation, and I think, it's popular in many study programs and offerings that students sometimes, they are out in practice, they are visiting employers, and I think one of the things that we could use students for also is to, use them as, use them in a more creative way. Try to think a bit more long term when it comes to the future need of the labor market, because that, I think, is really the big challenge.
Okay, thank you, Bjorn. Albert, you share similar views?
For collection of feedback, we have to somehow establish some sort of a common understanding with our stakeholders. Bjorn just talked about the employer's view, which I totally agree. But Bjorn, I don't think we are just educating for tomorrow. We are educating for the day after tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after. Actually, it is lifelong. Okay, so if our employers are somewhat concerned about our graduates' performance on the first job, okay, then we don't have a common platform. So we might have to communicate with them better. Of course, well, we live in the ivory tower, okay? We have to understand their point of view and the community and parents' expectations as well. So I think establishing a common dialogue would be very important, common goal for education. Secondly, on a more technical side, PC talked about feedback. I totally agree. It is very important. But at times, we have two types of feedback, which I think we need to distinguish. First one is the satisfaction or end of semester evaluation survey, that sort of things. Pretty much that is a satisfaction survey. And the feedback on, say, the delivery of the classes would be very good. But on the other hand, we also need to get feedback from the learning achievements of our students. Okay. And I think we have, as Ronald pointed out, a much richer database. For example, Isabella talked about the number of checks have increased. If we had a chance and a way to document the number of checks in a Zoom learning environment, whether or not the communication is one way, many to one, or the students are pointing towards the teacher, or there will be a lot of communication. One student asks a question, the other student provides an answer. Or on Moodle, number of visitations, how long do they stay on a certain point? How long do they stay on a lecture? We have a lot of data in that, and those are very useful feedback as well. So we don't have to collect feedback as a separate procedure. We log the data as they learn, and then analyze those data. That's the dream I want to do. I'm not saying that I can do it, but I think the technology has already afforded that kind of possibility. It is up to us to make the best advantage of it.
Okay, thank you, Albert. I think you all know that in the next UGC QAC audit cycle, collection, analysis, and usage of data is the selected audit theme. So we have many opportunities to work together with the QA agencies to advance in this direction. So we now have just 1 minute. So maybe just very quickly as a summary, well, can every one of you just tell us what's the take-home message today after the discussion in one or two, well, just a very key words. Maybe I can share my one first. I like TC's idea. We didn't learn too much last time in SARS. And this time we have to do better. We have to reflect on our experience to do better. Others?
Well, I agree with you. I think we need to keep the momentum going. We see a lot of good things, and we shouldn't let the history repeat again. I think we should learn from this challenging time and see how we could move forward.
Okay, thank you. Others?
My feeling is people adapt fast. At the moment, the students could be complaining about the e-learning and so on. They don't like that. They want face-to-face learning and so on. But if the new normal has become the permanent normal, I guess they will get used to it, especially good students. And then they will be ever more demanding on all these teaching, e-learning and so on. So I think the teachers have to be better prepared.
Thank you. Albert or Beyond? Beyond?
Well, yeah, summarize in a sentence. Well, I think universities in Hong Kong and elsewhere, they have been very good in adopting to a crisis situation. And I think we've done it because we have very competent staff and we have flexible students. And a lot of what we have done is a bit ad hoc.
Yes.
I think what we really need to do is to take one step back and to enhance learning. I also think we need to focus more on the overall design of these new digital modes and what hybrid teaching and learning will look like in the future. And that requires some really serious thinking about the nitty-gritty design of these offerings.
Okay, thank you, Beyond. Albert?
I think we need to change. We need to change fast. We need to change with a purpose. And that purpose is to maximize student learning.
Okay, thank you, Albert. So at this point, maybe we should, I should on behalf of the panel thank HKCAAVQ for organizing this event and allow us to talk about our views and share our experience. I would also like to thank the Secretariat for their support and also the audience for your participation. We should enjoy the conference and stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Poon and our distinguished panelists. Now we come to the end of the morning session. The afternoon session will start at 1:45 p.m. Hong Kong time. Please stay tuned with us. Welcome back to the afternoon session of HKCAAVQ International Conference 2020. It is our great pleasure to have two co-organizers with us, and they will address the audience on this remarkable occasion of our 30th anniversary. They are the Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education and the Qualifications Framework Secretariat. May I first invite Professor Ronald Chung from the Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education to deliver his address. Professor Chung, please.
Dear Dr. Alex Chen, Director Albert Zhao, distinguished speakers, guests, and friends. On behalf of the Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education, FSTE, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications, HKCAAVQ, for the many well-deserved, remarkable achievements on the occasion of its 30th anniversary. Over the years, there has been a period of rapid development and fast-changing education and training landscape. HKCAAVQ has made valuable contributions to advancing the quality of lifelong learning, lived up to the great expectations of the society, attracted much attention and gained wide acceptance, and brought more diversity and vibrance to the education and training sector in Hong Kong. FSTE and HKCAAVQ share common goals and have been in close partnership and collaboration in raising standards and qualities of self-financing academic and vocational education. FSTE greatly treasure the long-standing cooperation and are delighted to witness many successes accomplished. Under a competitive, globalized economy and a war for talents, there will be considerable challenges and opportunities ahead. Quality enhancement will provide more significant and inferential value for education and training. Crises create opportunities. Building on its solid achievements, I'm confident that HKCAAVQ will continue the momentum for excellence, commitment to innovation, and the further advancement of Hong Kong into a regional education hub. On this joyous occasion, I wish HKCAAVQ every success in its future endeavors, and I look forward to a continued fruitful cooperation between HKCAAVQ and FSTE in the forthcoming period. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chung. May I now invite Mr. Steve Lai, General Manager of the Qualifications Framework Secretariat, to give his address. Mr. Lai, please.
Dr. Alex Chen, Mr. Rock Chen, Mr. Albert Chow, Dr. Carrie Yao, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications on her 30th birthday, so happy birthday to the Council. Today, the Council's International Conference 2020 marks the highlight of a series of celebrative events and activities for her 30th anniversary. I feel much honored to be here to give a speech on behalf of the Qualifications Framework Secretariat as one of the co-organizers of this big event. In Hong Kong, though QF is much younger than the Council, but I think all of you will agree with me that QF and QA are brothers or sisters. So we are born to be very close partners, right? I remember some 18 years ago when QF was still an initial conceptual idea in Hong Kong, the then Education and Manpower Bureau proposed to set up a qualifications framework, not just a qualifications framework on its own. The exact wording I remember was to establish a qualifications framework and its associated quality assurance mechanism in Hong Kong. So in that sense, QF and QA are twin. That implies QF must be supported by a robust QA mechanism, while quality assurance is always a cornerstone
of all the education and training deliverables riding on the QF platform. Therefore, when our Hong Kong qualifications framework was launched in 2008, about 12 years ago, we also at the same time put in place a legal framework for its quality assurance mechanism. So that's why the Council, HKCAAVQ, has been appointed by law as the quality assurance as well as the qualifications register authority underpinning our Hong Kong qualifications framework. As a quality assurance authority, HKCAAVQ has on one hand served as a gatekeeper to make sure that all the qualifications recognized under the QF have met the QF standards. In other words, all locally accredited learning programs or qualifications on the qualifications register are quality assured. Through the qualifications register, different stakeholders like learners and employers can easily check and compare the level and credit of such locally accredited qualifications. Learners can also make use of the qualifications register to map out their own study pathways. On the other hand, HKCAAVQ also plays an excellent role as a gate opener to facilitate different stakeholders to join QF. They have made dedicated efforts to streamline the accreditation procedures and enhance the overall quality assurance process. In turn, the Council has contributed to cultivate a self-sustaining quality assurance culture, not just for providers, but also for the education and training landscape in Hong Kong as a whole. This definitely helps build up a quality brand name for our Hong Kong qualifications framework on lifelong learning. Over the years, HKCAAVQ has done tremendous work in support of the development and implementation of our Hong Kong qualifications framework. In order to better meet the needs of the industries, the focus of our QF is to facilitate development and recognition of professional and vocational qualifications with a view to promoting the status and value of VPAC, what we call that is the vocational and professional education and training, and supporting lifelong learning. One initiative to facilitate a closer linkage between education and employment is to assist various trades to develop industry-specific vocational qualifications pathways, what we call VQP. It represents a roadmap for progression in learning and career advancement in a specific trade, along which learners and practitioners can move upward through acquisition of the required occupation-based qualifications. During the development and pilot implementation of the VQP, HKCAAVQ has given us genuine support and professional advice to ensure that such VQP qualifications could meet the accreditation standards and also the industry needs from the quality assurance perspective. Likewise, we have also been working very closely with the Council for quite some time to explore the feasibility of recognizing professional qualifications under our Hong Kong qualifications framework. Our ultimate objective is to promote a wider application of our Hong Kong qualifications framework and uplift the professional image of the VPAC. The Education Bureau finally launched this initiative 2 years ago, which is considered really a milestone in the QF development in Hong Kong. So I must say thank you to the Council once again for this. Without their expertise and support, we would not have completed this mission so smoothly. Looking ahead, we expect that the education and training landscape will undergo significant changes in view of the emerging needs of our economy, while the vocational and professional education and training will be a key driver of manpower development of Hong Kong. More focus will be on how to ensure the practical relevance of training to workplace requirements. Practical and competency-based training components like on-the-job training, workplace learning and assessment will definitely carry more weight than ever. With more advanced technology, online mode of delivery of teaching and learning will become more and more popular, not just in the time of the pandemic. So all of the above would require a robust, credible, innovative, and effective quality assurance mechanism to be provided by HKCAAVQ. So that will be a real challenge to the Council in future. In the years ahead, I shall expect an even closer partnership with the Council particularly in the context of promoting VPAC with the QF platform. In closing, may I here wish the Hong Kong CAAVQ every success in the next 30 years and beyond, and all of you a very fruitful exchange of ideas and wisdom today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lai. We cherish our long-established working relationships with the two co-organizers. All the accomplishments over the past years couldn't be made possible without the commitment, dedication, and contributions of many stakeholders in both the academia and the VPAT sector. Next, we are most privileged to have our first keynote speech in the afternoon session. May I invite Dr. Carrie Yao, Executive Director of the Vocational Training Council, to deliver her keynote speech. She will share with us on quality applied education in the new age. Dr. Yao, please.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm most delighted to meet you all via this virtual platform today. It's quite a new experience for me. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Hong Kong CAAVQ on its 30th anniversary. So happy 30th birthday. HKCAAVQ is a long-standing partner of the Vocational Training Council, and we share a common vision in promoting quality vocational and professional education and training in Hong Kong and beyond. I'm sure our collaboration will continue to thrive in the years to come. Vocational and professional education and training in Hong Kong takes an applied education approach. In the next half hour or so, I'm going to share with you the development of applied education and how quality applied education helps groom a competent workforce in the new age. Applied education has been gaining momentum worldwide. It equips young people with professional knowledge and applied skills and blends the worlds of learning and work. As technology and the global pandemic are transforming industry at an accelerated pace, new jobs that require technical and digital skills are on the rise. Applied education is the key to produce an agile workforce to drive the economy further in a changing era. So what makes applied education distinctive? I would put three words in my next slide: hands-on, market relevant, and professional. These can best describe the foundation of applied education. Applied education takes a hands-on approach, no doubt. In addition to classroom lectures, students can learn applied skills through practical workshops, project-based learning, and industrial attachments. The curriculum is developed with significant industry input and is timely evolved to align with the changing industry environment. Graduates are work-ready and enjoy high employability in the market. Programs are taught by professional teaching teams with extensive industry experience. Industry leaders are also invited to share first-hand market information and provide insights to facilitate students' career planning. In short, applied education aims at skilling right talent for the real world of work. In European countries like Switzerland or Finland, vocational professional education and training that adopts the applied education approach has a very long history and is an integral part of their education systems. Universities of applied sciences are well established in these countries to provide applied education at the degree level. For example, in Switzerland, if you look at the slide, you're going to see for a population about 8 million, similar to Hong Kong, there are 8 universities of applied sciences. How many of them are publicly funded? Almost all. 7 of them are publicly funded University of Applied Sciences. So how many academic universities do they have to complete the picture? There are 12 other academic universities in Switzerland. Let's look at Finland. Finland has a population of 5.5 million here, and there are 25 University of Applied Sciences. And how many are they publicly funded using taxpayers' money? Well, 23 of them. 23 are publicly funded University of Applied Sciences. In Hong Kong, applied education may sound unfamiliar, but in fact it shares many common characteristics as vocational professional education and training, what we called VPET in short, as you see in the backdrop of this slide. To further promote VPET and the development of applied education, we organized a digital VPET International Conference earlier in May with the support of the Education Bureau. So we have invited policy makers, educators, industry leaders from around the globe to join us to talk about applied education, or VPET. So let's recap, see what they have to say at our last international conference. I'll just share this video with you.
Nothing can keep us away from skilling talent for the future. The first digital VPET conference in Hong Kong, connecting the best minds to chart the future development of VPET and skills development. From planning, testing to execution, the joint efforts of professional service teams and students make the online exchange platform happen. With the aid of new technology, the Vocational Training Council and Education Bureau have organized the first eVPET conference in Hong Kong. When technology learning is the norm, creating seamless digital experiences benefit us all. 25 VPET experts, policymakers, academics, and industry leaders shed light on applied education, workplace training, cultivation of young talent, and skills development. With participants from all around the world, students learned about on-trend future skills.
It is of paramount importance to ensure an adequate supply of talent who are well equipped with the skills in demand for the future.
We should be able to give the young people a compass that they can use when they are navigating their way to a future they are kind of looking for.
Employers are absolutely key to the future of vocational education. Build active links between on-the-job and off-the-job work.
Learning has to be reimagined. Applied education is around developing the knowledge, skills and understandings and their applicability to the real world.
VPET education plays a role of bridging industry requirements and the skills that are available.
We need to be able to become masters of technology, to work collaboratively and to find problems that haven't been solved before.
Workplace training is something different. We are talking about a structured training programs. The apprentice will go through the on-the-job training.
Teach by experienced people, what we call Sifu, master.
Apprenticeships are a fundamental need of society to provide the skills that we need for a modern urban economy.
Skills do change the lives of young people around the globe. The World Skills and its members help young people who want to change their lives and the fortunes of their communities and societies.
We will see a lot of innovations and technology adoption. We will see new jobs available, or we may see same jobs but with new skill sets required.
Most important competencies for the future are problem-solving skills and good communication and collaboration skills.
Digital skill for everybody is important. It is enhancing most jobs. AI and those type of technologies are also helping people learn.
Digital skills really matters, but then they are not the only thing that matters in the workspace.
Skills really made me who I am today, and I hope my skills could create our better world and change our world.
We also have to keep an open mind, learn to learn.
And remember, always remember the importance of ethics.
In driving VPET forward, I believe the international community will have to work even closer with each other. I do hope that VPET will become a priority choice for youngsters to empower themselves and also to steer our community forward.
VPET opens doors to the new world. Skilling for the future.
So as many of the speakers have pointed out, educators and industry need to work together to help the workforce remain competitive in the rapidly evolving economies. And VPET does play an important role here to equip young people with the applied skills for shaping the future. Over the years, taking the applied education route, numerous VPET graduates have contributed to the sustainable development of Hong Kong and beyond. I'll just name a few stars here. One of my favorite students, Joanna Kwok. She's now the first woman in Hong Kong as a qualified chief engineer of seagoing vessels. So she has made history. Jason Tang, you all see him writing articles in newspaper these days. He's now a Chinese executive chef of an international 5-star hotel in Hong Kong. We also have Jordan. Jordan is a CEO. He has his own company who devised the world's top-notch AR smart glasses. So in future, you'll be wearing your computers here. Chelsea Lau, now the design director of project mobility at Ford Motor Company, and she was named by Auto Week as one of the top 10 secret people who will change your world, okay? So at the VTC, we offer programs from diplomas to degree levels with an emphasis on applied skills. At the degree level, we have our Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong, VI in short, which operates like a University of Applied Sciences in Hong Kong, in offering a wide range of applied degree programs for students to acquire future-ready skills. With a strong vocational focus, VI's programs are designed with valuable input from industry partners to ensure relevancy. Many of the programs are in niche areas to meet the unique demand for professional talent. The degree programs like horticulture, arboriculture, landscape management are some of the examples. A special feature of the ICE programs is the up to 480 hours work-integrated learning, which provides students with first-hand experience of working in a real workplace. The I is also the first education institution in Hong Kong to launch degree apprenticeship. Degree apprenticeship is very hot now in the UK and in many countries. So we try to do this since 2018, combining structured classroom learning with on-the-job training to groom skilled talents for industry. The work-ready approach is best exemplified in a graduate employment rate of some 95% still, as at 2019. As we can see, the applied education approach is already well adopted in our curriculum up to the degree level. The next question is how we maintain and enhance its quality to maximize its benefits for all. There are 3 dimensions to look into this. We have to make sure that we have a multidisciplinary curriculum. That's very important. Also, we must bring in technology in learning. So technology-enhanced teaching and learning is also very important. And, of course, industry partnerships. Industry is key. So first of all, we put our emphasis on developing multidisciplinary curriculum with a focus on learning applied skills. With skill need in a constant state of flux, industry are looking for talents with multidisciplinary knowledge and skills who are able to respond to changes and also to solve real-world problems. They're looking for people who can collaborate with people, who innovate, and who can always learn new things. Since 2018, we have been offering interdisciplinary programs at the high diploma level in emerging areas such as fintech, digital communications and media, to nurture a new breed of versatile talent in demand by the evolving human resource market. We also attach great importance to design thinking skills, so sometimes it's not just design thinking, but design doing as well. And we have embedded all this in the teaching and learning in all our programs. Project-based learning is another key. Students learn to cooperate with each other and find pragmatic solutions to problems. Here I would like to introduce to you an award-winning project, just to illustrate what I'm trying to talk about. If you look at this project, you will be able to see how our students solve a real-life problem with design thinking skills aided by technology and innovation. So this is about drone applications. As drone applications are being explored in different industries, a team of our higher diploma information technology students, our IT students, have developed a drone-based search and rescue support system using big data and artificial intelligence technologies. It provides real-time information for rescuers, helping to enhance search and rescue efficiency, even in very dangerous locations. So with this practical invention, the team won a first-class award in a regional IT project competition. They are also actively exploring industry collaboration to put their innovation to real use. We also encourage our students to take part in international competitions, like the World Skills competition, to benchmark their professional skills against world standards. Many competitors told us that the World Skills competition was a really life-changing experience and a real eye-opener for them, where they could compare notes with their global counterparts and also learn the latest skills. It not only helped sharpen their technical skills, but also their soft skills like problem solving, talking to people, communicating, collaborating with each other, making them much more confident in developing a career in their chosen field. We are glad to see the transformation of our students through the competitions, and more importantly, they learn how to put their knowledge and skills to good use and contribute to the community. Under the pandemic situation of COVID-19, if I might say a few words about this, many of our graduates and students has come up with new inventions, new ways of doing things. This comes from their caring heart and their passion for helping the community to fight the virus in different ways. These include, for instance, Simon Lai and Tony Yeung, our graduates of Engineering High Diploma, also former competitors representing Hong Kong at the World Skills competition. The World Skills experience has inspired them to apply their skills to serve the community. Simon has set up his own automation, engineering, and consultancy firm, and he teamed up with his employee, his C-Dai, Tony, to provide automation consultancy and services for mask production companies in Hong Kong, helping to boost face mask supplies in the city. While there are similarities between COVID-19 and SARS, Hong Kong people have learned the importance of reducing transmission risk through household drainage systems. So the Hong Kong government has put up ads on TVs, have reminded households to make sure that the U-shaped water drainage is properly filled with water. However, this is no easy task for some elderly people. So a team of our engineering higher diploma students come up with what they call the Smart U-Trap system to automate the water refill process with a built-in sensor and a water injector. So this innovative device, which can help prevent virus spread during COVID-19, has won the Gold Award in the Innovative Design Competition organized by the Urban Renewal Authority of Hong Kong not so long ago. So over the course of the pandemic, there has been a surge of demand for food delivery, as some prefer takeaways to avoid contacts with others. Our student, Stephen, who has graduated, Stephen Yeung has developed a smart robot for zero-contact delivery in restaurants and offices using technologies like AI and Internet of Things. So I understand that in many parts of the world this is happening. Smart robots are being widely used, and beyond the use of technology, I think what the important message I want to give is that we truly appreciate these young hearts for taking the initiative to serve the community at times of need. So let's take a short look at this video. Enjoy. So COVID-19 has catalyzed the digital transformation in our daily lives, as well as teaching and learning. In upholding the quality of applied education, we strive to equip students with the necessary digital skills through the design of human-centric and technology-rich learning spaces. Using AR, augmented reality, and VR, virtual reality simulation systems, we bring different workplace environments into the campuses. These new technologies make learning more fun and engaging. Students can gain virtual experience of conducting safety checks and machine inspections, and also learn how to react properly to risky circumstances in simulated settings. So let's have a video to see how our students also learn about the maintenance works for aircrafts, escalators, vehicles, without having to climb these aircrafts and escalators. So let's look at this.
Vocational Training Council VTC has developed a simulation system to arouse students' learning interest and motivation with the aid of virtual reality and augmented reality technology. With the immersive virtual environment, various workplaces and real-world situations are presented to students through multi-sensory stimulations. Students are encouraged to demonstrate their knowledge and skill in the workplace scenarios through multiple platforms, including the CAAAVQ automatic virtual environment, head-mounted display, tablet applications, and smart glasses. In the CAAAVQ, instructor can edit and customize the training scenarios so as to cater students' diverse learning needs. Students can work as a group navigating inside the virtual workplace collaboratively. They are required to conduct routine tasks like safety check and machine inspections in order to get familiar with the work procedures. Apart from the CAAAVQ system, head-mounted display applications are developed to enhance students' active acquisition of professional knowledge and hands-on skills. The delicate hands-on procedural training is conducted through interactive, scenario-based exploration with the aid of the head-mounted display and joysticks. Students can also practice the maintenance procedure in various workplace scenarios and learn how to react properly under the risky and emergency circumstances. Mobile and portable devices are another handy tools for students to enhance their learning at any time and anywhere. With the applications of the AR simulations and 3D anatomy, students are able to consolidate the subject knowledge learnt in a vivid way. In addition, students can take a deeper look at the machinery structure and operational mechanism through the first-person view offered by the smart glasses. There are things that you can't learn without getting your hands dirty. After the VR/AR training, students are required to apply their knowledge and skills gained from the virtual experience in working on real appliances at the practical training workshop. Vocational Training Council aim to take students through a multi-sensory learning journey with the aid of VR/AR technology and get students ready for the work challenges they may face in the 21st century.
So seeing the importance of digital skills and the need for students to practice in a real-life environment, this year we have set up a new cybersecurity center and a new innovation and technology co-creation center to provide platforms for students to master new technologies and to co-create innovative solutions with industry. So let's have a virtual tour to these co-creation centers, since I cannot take you there, and we can't under these regulations. So why don't we just do a virtual tour to our co-creation center, and then you can see how students try to explore new ideas with industry partners. While applied education aims to equip students with professional competence to meet industry needs and requirements, industry partnership plays a very important role in this development. And at the VTC, we have established very strong links with industry partners. We work closely with major industries through our 25 training boards to gain insights on the latest industry updates. Views from employers and professional bodies are collected at the program development, monitoring, and review stages. And to expand this partnership, we've also been collaborating with corporations like Microsoft, IBM, JP Morgan, and many others to bring in industry perspectives into our teaching and learning while providing internships and project opportunities. Students are also guided to appreciate appropriate work attitudes and professional ethics, which are essential for their career development. Another showcase of industry involvement in skilling young people is the VTC Earn and Learn scheme, which integrates classroom learning and on-the-job training. With the support from the government, the scheme was launched since 2014. So far, we have some 300 employers from various industries taking part in the scheme, and we have benefited some 5,700 trainees. The pilot incentive scheme to employers with government support was also launched under the Earn and Learn scheme just last year to further encourage employers to participate in workplace learning and assessment for trainees and enhance training outcomes. As of March 2020, over 100 employers have signed up to take part in this incentive scheme. And the Electrical Mechanical Services Department of the Hong Kong SAR government has also signed up in workplace learning to train skilled talent much needed by industry and society. And on this, we thank them all. While my sharing today set sights on applied education, it is in fact, applied education is not something new in our education system. I have shown a video of the Vocational Professional Education and Training International Conference at the beginning of my sharing. As Professor Sir Chris Husbands, Vice Chancellor of the Sheffield Hallam University, has reminded us at the conference, we as educators need to put learners at the center of education and training. Applied education is no different from academic education. The ultimate goal is to equip learners and produce talents with essential skill sets, mindsets, and also ethical commitment for them to solve real-world problems and embrace a service culture as educated global citizens. The year 2020 has brought us new challenges that we have never encountered before. But it also represents an opportune time for us to reflect on our education direction, our plan, our strategies. And I'm glad that at VTC, Vocational Training Council, we have been putting efforts on applying technology in our teaching and learning, as I've just shown you, and we've started this process years ago. While the world is strongly hit by COVID-19, we are able to flexibly integrate e-learning and also e-assessment, because learning without assessment doesn't make sense. So we are able to flexibly integrate e-learning and e-assessment in our curriculum to maintain quality teaching and learning during unprecedented times. It only means that we have to do more. We have to bring in even more quality material along this direction. As I mentioned, many of our graduates are continually making good use of their professional knowledge and applied skills to contribute to the community. I believe that there are even more young people and keen learners like them that deserve an education on par with the best in the world in terms of resources, quality, and recognition. It is hence high time for us to embark on a journey of setting up a publicly funded University of Applied Sciences in Hong Kong. The eye of VTC, being an applied-focused higher education institution, is prepared to support the government in piloting even more applied degree programs in Hong Kong to groom versatile talents for the future. So appeal to all your support in partnering with us for skilling young talents for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yao. We now come to the second keynote speech in the afternoon session. Now, may I invite Professor James Tang, Secretary General of the University Grants Committee, to share with us on quality assurance from the UGC perspective. Professor Tang, please.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, fellow colleagues and friends, first of all, I would like to offer my warmest congratulations to the HKCAAVQ for its achievements over the past 30 years. I'm most honored to be invited to take part in the celebration of the remarkable success story of a most respected quality assurance body that I myself actually once served. The HKCAAVQ must also be congratulated for successfully organizing this international conference at such a challenging time with the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm indeed delighted to have such a valuable opportunity to learn from experts both locally and internationally. While we are not able to meet face-to-face, I certainly appreciate HKCAAVQ's excellent initiative to connect us online for this occasion. What I would like to share with you today is the effort made by the Quality Assurance Council in Hong Kong in addressing the question of quality assurance with quality enhancement, an area that is part of UGC's core mission, and also a topic that is universal and timeless for higher education. I would like to start briefly by introducing the QAC, which is under the aegis of the University Grants Committee, the UGC. The UGC was formed by the Hong Kong government to advise on the funding and strategic development of local higher education, while respecting institutional autonomy and recognizing the self-accrediting status of the 8 UGC universities. The QAC was established back in 2007 to advise the UGC on quality assurance matters and to promote quality assurance in the higher education sector. In assuring the quality of educational experience offered by the UGC universities, QAC undertakes periodic quality audits of student learning experience at the universities. The good practices identified from these audits have been shared widely to facilitate the development of quality assurance in higher education. It has been 13 years since QAC was formed. Let me share with you where we stand. Over the past decade, the QAC has completed 3 rounds of quality audit exercises on student learning experience. The first and second audit cycles were completed in 2011 and 2016, respectively. While these 2 rounds covered only programs at undergraduate level and above. In 2019, we completed an additional cycle which focused solely on sub-degree provisions. The QAC is now preparing for its 3rd audit cycle in 2022, which will be the most comprehensive cycle ever and covers all levels of study. As the UGC-funded universities are all self-accrediting, our quality audits are conducted on the basis of fitness for purpose. The audit panels assess the extent to which the universities are fulfilling their stated mission and purpose and confirm whether the procedures in place for assuring the quality of the learning opportunities offered to students and examine the mechanisms by which student level of performance and capability are assessed and reported. In doing so, the QAC recognizes that our universities have distinct and varied missions. This also reflects the UGC's vision for a differentiated yet interlocking higher education system in Hong Kong. The audit process and procedures for each audit cycle are described in the audit manual promulgated by the QAC. The quality audit then starts with the university's preparation of its self-evaluation report, or SER, which comprises a critical self-review by the university. The SER also serves as the principal source of information to be considered by the audit panel. The audit panel will then conduct an audit visit during which the panel will have the opportunity to meet with the staff and students to discuss the matters identified in the SER, I beg your pardon. The audit panel will then produce an audit report which may include recommended actions that necessitate further responses or actions by the university, as well as features of good practice that are making a positive contribution to the university and worthy of wider dissemination. Upon publication of the audit report, the university submits an action plan to address the outcome of the audit within 3 months, and then a progress report to include clear evidence about how the university has implemented its action plan within 18 months of the publication of the audit report. The audit reports and the progress reports are all made available to the public, reflecting our commitment to full transparency. So what you are seeing on the screen is a slide that captures that process I just described. Now let me turn to the sub-degree audit. The sub-degree audit cycle was just completed by the end of 2019. You might be interested to know our key findings. I'm pleased to share that the sub-degree operations of our universities are generally in good health and fit for purpose. The sub-degree providing units are well aligned with the approach of their university proper and have maintained consistency in the efforts to assure academic standards and quality. Notwithstanding the encouraging results, there's no room for complacency in our work on quality assurance. We noted the need for more thorough implementation of outcome-based approach to teaching and learning, as well as criteria-referenced assessment among the universities. This requires a systematic embedding of the approach in university policies as well as cultural changes. Universities could then track the learning progress and students' achievements of the intended learning outcomes more effectively. Professional staff development is another key area examined in the sub-degree audit cycle. While most universities have attached importance to this area, obviously more needs to be done to ensure that all teaching staff are well supported in pursuing innovative teaching and learning practices. Meanwhile, the audit report of the sub-degree audit cycle has also recommended changes to provide part-time students with more access to student support services, campus facilities, as well as extracurricular activities, such that their learning experience would be generally on par with their full-time counterparts. With what we have already achieved over the past 13 years, we are pondering upon our next steps now. The key question is, how is our upcoming work similar to or different from the last efforts? Building on the previous audit cycles, the QAC will conduct the third audit cycle from 2022 to 2023, which will cover all programs at all levels of study offered by the UGC-funded universities. The quality audits will continue to be based on a fitness for purpose approach. In addition, it is noted that the meaningful use of quality data may inform curriculum design and contribute to approaches to teaching and learning, thereby bringing about potential benefits to students in terms of recruitment, retention, completion, and employment. In light of this, the upcoming round of audit will adopt collection, analysis, and usage of data as the audit theme. There will be stronger emphasis on how universities are harnessing data to help them review and improve their approaches in assuring academic quality. It will also examine how the data is contributing to decision-making for enhancing the quality of teaching and learning. Indeed, having undergone 2 audit cycles and the sub-degree audit cycle, the universities have already improved their system for quality assurance over the years. The QAC third audit cycle will therefore adopt a lighter touch approach, rather than adopting the approach deployment results improvement ADRI method as a framework for assessment. The third audit cycle will focus on only the improvement component, which includes the policies, systems, and initiatives that universities have undertaken in enhancing the quality of educational experience. Now let me turn to the future. While audit exercises are important in ensuring the quality of education experience, they are highly demanding too. In Hong Kong, we are fortunate to have active participation from overseas experts working closely with committed local academics in our audit exercises. In fact, it would not be possible to conclude the past 3 rounds of quality audits without the hard work and dedication of panel members. We are truly grateful to all the stakeholders, university management, and all our panel members who had contributed in helping to make our audit exercise a fruitful journey. Looking forward, the pedagogical landscape among universities will no longer be the same post-COVID-19. Virtual classrooms and e-learning platforms have become widespread overnight. Will there be a paradigm shift for quality learning when we emerge from the pandemic? Will blended learning combining physical and virtual classes become the new normal? How can the quality of learning be assured, especially in courses that emphasize hands-on experience? While the global experiment of virtual learning on massive scale is still ongoing, The need for developing a more mature digital learning ecosystem has been very much on the agenda for a likely paradigm shift in higher education. We have seen growing interest in building new technology infrastructure, more collaboration among academic institutions and other stakeholders, new online contents, better training for digital competence for teachers and students, and the introduction of tools and ideas such as more widely use of virtualization and gamification. The way we experiment with university teaching and learning in managing the COVID-19 pandemic will likely have a fundamental and profound impact on the future of education. The trend which is emerging as we speak is a new challenge for those of us who care about the quality of teaching and learning. Needless to say, this is a big topic worthy of exploration for quality audits of the future too. I have shared with you how the QAC has traversed through the realm of quality assurance in the past, and how we are getting ourselves ready to venture into the realm of quality enhancement in our upcoming third audit cycle. In fact, quality assurance and quality enhancement often go hand in hand. One metaphor I like is that assurance is similar to regular checkups, which allowed us to identify and fix any problems, while enhancement is like physical workouts, which help keep our body fit. We need both to excel and stay healthy. I hope you would find our work at the QAC in Hong Kong an interesting example in the wider international context. And I look forward to working together with HKCAAVQ and each of you in our common quest for the promotion of excellence in teaching and learning. Once again, congratulations, HKCAAVQ, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Tang. We will now take a coffee break, and the next section will begin at 3:25 p.m. Hong Kong time. Please stay tuned with us.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hi. Hi. Good afternoon, Claudia. It's fine, thank you. And yourselves? I saw it. It's good. Yes, I am here. I can start whenever you wish. Yes, no problem. Is it okay like this? More.
Welcome back. The following session is the second panel discussion of today and will focus on quality assurance and quality enhancement in VPET. Mr. Anthony Chen, specialist of the Hong Kong Qualifications Framework and a deputy chairman of the Personnel and Administration Committee of HKCAAVQ Council, will be our moderator. And the distinguished panelists include Dr. Albert Chirk, Director of Quality Assurance and Teaching and Learning and Teaching of Vocational Training Council, Professor Richard Yun, Chief of Staff and Chair Professor of Architectural Engineering of City University of Hong Kong, Ms. Carrie Leung, Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong Institute of Bankers, Engineer Paul Poon, Vice Chancellor of CLP Power Academy, Mr. Steve Lai, General Manager of the Qualifications Framework Secretariat, and Professor James Kalia, Principal and CEO of Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology. Also, a council member of the HKCAAVQ, who is joining us via Zoom all the way from Malta today. Let us pass the stage to our moderator and panelists.
Welcome everybody to this panel. This is the second panel discussion of the international conference. Probably this is the last one for the conference. The title for this panel discussion is called Quality Assurance. Quality Assurance and Quality Enhancement of VPEC. As the name of this panel discussion suggests, there's two keywords in this title. One is very obvious, quality, whether it's quality assurance or quality enhancement. And the other keywords for this panel discussion is VPEC, which stands for Vocational and Professional Education and Training. And this title is familiar to everybody in Hong Kong. Now, the reason we choose this title because it is very crucial to ensure all the VPEC, whether it's program or training activities, provided to our student and employee, they must be of good quality. Now, I have a panel of distinguished speakers here. A total of 6 of them. 5 of them are on my side, and the other one is far away from Hong Kong in Malta. I don't think I need to introduce them one by one since the MC has already introduced them. So these panelists, they will make a presentation of how they look at the issue of quality of VPEC and share their experience in enhancing the quality of VPEC training in Hong Kong. Without further ado, let me first invite the first speaker, Mr. Steve Lai. He's the General Manager of the Hong Kong QF Secretariat. Steve, please.
Thank you, Anthony. As just given in your introduction, the topic for this section is quality assurance and quality enhancement in vocational and professional education training, what we call VPEC in Hong Kong. So we are going to talk about quality of VPEC. And my sharing today will be very straightforward. First, I shall mention from the government a more macro perspective what the primary purpose of VPEC is. And then I shall try to identify a few critical factors or conditions required for quality VPEC. And finally, I will introduce to you some concrete deliverables that QF Hong Kong Qualifications Framework can provide to facilitate the development of quality VPEC in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, as we all know, we don't have rich natural resources. What we can count on is our people, human capital. So with this belief, the Hong Kong government has taken VPEC as one of our top priorities in the area of education. And from the Education Bureau or our Qualifications Framework Secretariat's perspective, the primary purpose of VPAC, or what we are striving for, is to produce, to nurture a competent and resilient workforce so that we can still stay competitive in response to the changing market needs. And this will in turn support and facilitate our economic development. Another major objective of VPAC is to provide both the in-service practitioners and youth with learning and career progression pathways. We believe with such a hierarchy of upward opportunities in place, our in-service practitioners will have more incentive to pursue further studies for career advancement. This will also help attract potential new bloods to the trade concerned. So what our QF can do in support of Quality VPAC, like many other countries, our Hong Kong Qualifications Framework is an overarching qualification system for lifelong learning. It's a unitary framework which in fact covers all the education and training sectors. So no matter the qualifications are from the VPAC, academic or continuing education sector, they are all covered under our QF system. In fact, our QF provides a transparent and well-established structure for articulation of qualifications acquired from different education and training sectors. Our QF has also put much emphasis on industry participation, and this could effectively enable a better, if not a seamless, interface between education and employment. And I will elaborate more on this area later on. And from the QA perspective, our QF is supported by legislation with a robust quality assurance mechanism. All QF recognized qualifications have gone through a robust and stringent accreditation process, so they are all quality assured and credible. Here, I tried to identify 3 critical factors or conditions required for quality VPAC. Apparently, relevance to the needs of industries or profession is important. So we have to know what the essential skills for the industries are and make sure that the contents of any VPAC programs or qualifications can meet the specific competency requirements of the trade or profession concerned. Similarly, industry recognition is also a key to the success of any VPAC qualifications or program. So if our VPAC is to be popular, the relevant industries or stakeholders have to be engaged in the whole development process. By doing so, we are well aware of what they need and can provide kind of education and training they require. And lastly, of course, quality assurance will always form the backbone for VPAC. It's critical because it helps ascertain if the VPAC programs or qualifications have met the industry standard as well as the QF standard in one go. Here comes to introduce to you some concrete deliverables that QF can contribute to the development of quality VPAC. As I mentioned in my last slide, industry relevance and recognition is the key to the success of any VPAC qualifications. Under QF, we have a very strong industry network. Now we have already set up a total of 22 industry training advisory committees, what we call ITACs, which cover over half of the total workforce in Hong Kong. They comprise mainly those major stakeholders, including representatives of employers, employees, professional bodies, and relevant providers, relevant government bureaus and departments. These industry committees, in fact, provide a very effective platform for exchange of ideas and information on the training needs and manpower development for different trades or professions. This diagram clearly shows our 22 industry committees set up under QF. You may appreciate such a wide industry participation as indicated in quite a great variety of trades and industry involved. We have some sorts of skill-based industries like beauty, hairdressing, catering, and some service industry like retail and property management, and also certain trades or industry that require practitioners to have more qualifications or even certifications, such as the banking industry. I'm sure Kerry will tell us more about the banking industry later. And so such strong industry network is very conducive to the development of quality VPAC in Hong Kong. The industry committees or ITECs mentioned above are much more than a platform for exchange of information. One of their major functions is to draw up the competency standards for the industry concerned. This is what we call this specification of competency standards, SCS under QF. Actually, our SCS set out the skills and knowledge required of practitioners to perform different job functions in the related trade. And these industry-specific competency standards, in fact, form the basis for VPAC. Given the SCS has very high industry relevance and recognition, so providers and institutions are very keen to make use of the SCS to develop their VPAC programs, what we call SS-based program, to cater for the specific need of different industries. With the SCS, the competence standards developed by industries, we try to go one step further, that is the development of vocational qualifications pathway, what we call VQP. In fact, is our direction for implementation of QF in industries. We're going to help different industries to develop occupation-based qualifications with the SCS for certain principal job posts. By doing so, we want to provide a roadmap or progression in both learning and employment. That means education and employment will become more closely linked. We hope that will facilitate a seamless interface between the education and the labor market. Yes. Another QF deliverable is about the development of professional qualifications. In the past, the great majority of QF recognized qualifications are attached with learning programs. But as you are aware, there are more and more of other forms of occupation-based qualifications like trade test, a license, or various formats of professional qualifications. They are acquired largely through professional assessment, yet not necessarily underpinned by learning programs. So 2 years ago, the Education Bureau launched an initiative to include such professional qualifications under QF. We believe this will expand the coverage of our QF, of course, and also raise the professional image of VPAC. The purpose of this move is also to facilitate eligible professional bodies or organizations to become assessment agency for granting such occupation-based professional qualifications under Hong Kong QF. So if we want to provide a favorable environment for quality VPAC, industry relevance and recognition are crucial, but not sufficient. We still need an impartial organization or mechanism to ascertain if the VPAC programs or qualifications meet the required standards or level. So QA is always the backbone. As I mentioned earlier, our QF is underpinned by legislation with a very robust QA mechanism which can assure the quality of qualifications. Of course, if the program in question is SS-based, the QA mechanism can also determine if it meets the competency requirements of the specific trade concerned. So that's what I want to share with you today. So any comments, suggestions, and advice are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. As everybody knows, QF is one of the major education initiatives introduced by the Hong Kong government in 2008. And the focus of this framework is on supporting the VPAC developments. Thanks, Steve, for explaining how these QF infrastructures can contribute to help us achieve the various objectives of VPAC. Now, before leaving this topic, I would like to have questions for Steve. Now, you mentioned in one of your slides that QF is a platform for exchange and interactions among the stakeholders. What exactly do you think the major stakeholders, like the policy makers, industry, professional bodies, employers, what do you think they should do to make VPAC more successful in Hong Kong?
Thank you, Anthony. This is a very valid question. As I mentioned in my presentation, for the development of quality VPAC, we need to engage different stakeholders like the employers, employees, professional bodies, providers, and the government departments. And in fact, they are playing different roles and functions throughout the whole process. In my opinion, employer is always the driver. They are the end user of any VPAC qualifications. So if the employers consider a particular VPAC program relevant to their need, and they recognize those people with such VPAC qualifications for, say, HR functions like recruitment or even promotion, that will generate or create kind of market signals, and other stakeholders will follow suit. Say the practitioners and learners will take that program if they want to get a job, and providers will have more incentive to design and develop that kind of VPAC program to meet the market needs. And finally, the role of government, say maybe the role of QF is to provide, as I said before, an overarching qualification system with a credible quality assurance mechanism so that everything can be put together in a, say, effective and complementary manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So can we move on to the second speakers? Dr. Albert Chuck. Dr. Albert Chuck is the Director of Quality Assurance as well as an expert on teaching and learning in Vocational Training Council. He is one of the major training providers in Hong Kong. Yes, Dr. Chuck, please.
Thank you, Anthony. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the quality assurance and the quality enhancement of vocational professional education and training in VTC. Well, for those who come from overseas, first of all, let me briefly introduce to you what VTC is all about. VTC stands for the Vocational Training Council in Hong Kong. Actually, it's the major VPAC provider contributing the majority of VPAC program in Hong Kong. It was established 38 years ago in 1982, and it has 13 member institutions delivering programs covering engineering, applied science, design, IT, business administration, and childcare, etc. Each year, the institution trained 200,000 students who will go into the industry to contribute as well as establish and help the Hong Kong economy and the living of the whole community. So the institution based on a vocational as well as the outcome-based approach to going about the training programs. In the past, the institution has been focusing on quality control as well as quality assurance. Today and in the future, we are transforming to quality enhancement. In VPAC, we appreciate that there are three major stakeholders which are important people that we must focus as well as pay particular attention to. First is the students, the second industry, and the third is the VPAC provider, in our case, the VTC. So, in our case, in the whole institution, everyone is involved. Everyone has a role to play in the VPAC. So in the institution is responsible for identifying and addressing industry needs, as well as responding to the manpower demand of the whole community. Then the member institution will continually improve program curriculum and enhance the quality of those programs. Individual teachers, they are responsible for delivering authentic, professional, as well as vocational concepts and skills to the students to make them work ready as well as industry ready. In VTC, we have embraced a quality culture. The first and foremost is the student-centered. The VTC and teachers focus on students' interests. This is the most important bit. Then to germinate, consolidate, as well as to internalize students' professional ethics and values. We need to impart the students with the ethics so that they become a whole person. They contribute as well as to respect the social values of their whole community. Then the institution will impart students with up-to-date professional and vocational concepts and skills. Also, they will equip students with the problem-solving skills to tackle real-life problems in the industry. And last but not the least is the up-to-date pedagogies. We adopt the learn and assess the students in authentic environment in industry. I repeat, basically, we want the students to be work-ready as well as to industry-ready. In VTC, we have, like you are seeing, developed a quality enhancement gold standards model. This is a very beautiful flowers. Let me take a couple of minutes to introduce to you what the model is all about. The basic concept at the center of the flower is the student-centered, which is our core value. Underpinning this student-centered, we have three core values. The first one is transparency and fairness. The second is the evidence-based. The third is the check and balance. What do they mean? That means we need to give these students a fair and transparent study learning in their journey in VTC. And then whatever we do need to base on evidence so that what we do is really meeting the needs of everyone in the VPAC. And finally, we need to have a check and balance. There's no point individual teachers or program leaders designing programs or delivering the concepts on their own without realizing whether those are really up to date as well as the most appropriate concept and skills to be given to the students. So then I'll take a couple of minutes to introduce the 8 petals, i.e. those 8 areas of importance in the whole QE concept in VTC. Starting from the 11 o'clock position is the external views, industry and market needs. Basically, we need to go out and canvas views from the industry, from the community to see what their needs are and then how we should design the program. And apparently, once we have the external views, then we can design the program and structure the curriculum as well as include the content according to the needs of the industry and the market so that the student do learn about the best bit to meet the industry needs. Then going to the third areas, the recognition and the accreditation at the 2 o'clock position. Basically, as I said, there's no point for us to tell everybody that our programs are the best without any objective assessment. So we must ensure our program are objectively assessed as well as accredited by external parties who are authorities. In our case, we put our program for accreditation by the statutory body like the Hong Kong HKCAAVQ and then the Hong Kong Institution of Engineers. So these are the accreditation we obtain every day so that the program are objectively assessed. Then we come to the 4 o'clock position, the student admission, as well as the 5 o'clock position, the availability of information to students and public. You will remember that I talk about the transparency and fairness. So these 2 areas are those passages that we need to ensure our students are given the most reliable, accurate, and accessible information about our programs so that they can make informed choice to plan the learning journey and go through the process, as well as obtaining the necessary qualification, as well as the skills, the concepts, and the problem skills to make their work life in the future most comfortable and easy. Let me move on to the 7 o'clock position, the student support and enabling resources. Apparently, when we admit the student into our program, we need to give them the resources as well as the support so that they can have a enjoyable and rememberable learning journey throughout the 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years in VTC. Then we have talked about what we support the student. At the same time, we need to look after these teachers who are the important people in the whole VPAC. So we need to engage the teachers so that they have a fair and comfortable workload, and they won't be overburdened by administration, so that they spend their time more on administration rather than teaching or facilitating the learning of the students. Likewise, we need to give the teachers the qualification as well as the opportunity to update and upskill themselves, obtaining the necessary qualification. So basically, this is to ensure the teachers will give the best concepts and the up-to-date skills to the students. Again, back to the same old objective is to let the students be work-ready and industry-ready. So on this model, some people may say, well, we have been doing quite a bit of this, but I must say that the model itself is a comprehensive picture of what we should do. And apparently, many people would focus on 1 or 2 or at most 3. Then, but at a glance of this model, they know how best each and every party can contribute to the quality of our program. Now, let me talk about 2 updated pedagogies of our VTC. Basically, the first one is the workplace learning and assessment, WLA in brief. Well, basically, we send the student to the authentic workplace to learn and be assessed there. And here we ensure the quality by inviting the employers who are so generously provide the learning opportunities to the students. We invite the employers to nominate trainers, verifiers, and assessors, and then we train them and accredit them so that they can provide the training as well as the assessment on the students. At the same time, these teachers will provide monitoring and student support so that the student will not be left alone in the workplace without any support or help. Last but not the least is the project-based learning, which our executive director has mentioned earlier on. This is a pedagogy in which students are grouped into teams and work on projects. Those projects, they will find solutions to real-life problems in the industry. Those problems are provided by the industry practitioners so that they can have some kind of solutions. Students under this pedagogy will group together, facilitated by the teachers to do self-directed learning and find the solutions to the real-life problem. And once they have these solutions, they can present to the industry practitioners and help out. Earlier on, our executive director has already mentioned about a project which a drone was designed by the Institute of Vocational Education students to help the rescue services in Hong Kong to undergo rescue services. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my presentation, and thank you.
Thanks, Albert. Albert has just presented the VPAC model in a very detailed explanation on VPAC models in VTC. I'm very interested to note that the underpinning concept for this model is, you mentioned student center, and is moving from quality control to quality assurance and then to quality enhancement. I think this is we are all moving in the right directions. Now, before we move on to another speakers, I'm interested to know more about the two updated pedagogy you mentioned. You mentioned about this workplace learning assessment. The other one is project-based learning. How are these two new pedagogies different from those traditional VPAC training that we are talking about? You know, for traditional one, we all emphasize studying in the classroom as well as doing the practical sessions in a real life situations. So how is this two new pedagogies different from the traditional one?
Well, thank you, Anthony. Well, basically, those new pedagogies focus on one point, is the learning by doing. Learning by doing is very important so that the students can really appreciate what are needed from them in the real workplace. That's point number one. Point number two is basically in the past, students, they learn the concept at school or at the VTC campus and then go out to the workplace and practice. In terms of time, it would be quite cumbersome, and for instance, it takes a longer time for them to do the blended mode, what I would say. But in terms of workplace learning assessment, they learn as well as they test themselves in the workplace. So you can see that the time is condensed, the duration is shortened. So it's more efficient as far as the students' learning is concerned. And again, because they learn at the workplace, they really can appreciate what they are expected from for instance, the employers or the colleagues in the workplace. Then from the students' perspective, it would be more effective. And most importantly is when they are in the workplace, they really know how to deal with people. That's very important because in today's world, dealing with people is I would say, the biggest issues. Because day in and day out, if you can't communicate or managing people's relations, then is bound to be failed. So again, on the project-based learning is you would see that it's a refinement of the pedagogies that we have been using, for instance, the final year project. In the project-based learning, we have a rather flexible approach. It can be an integration of many modules within a semester, so that it becomes a cross-disciplinary learning throughout the semester. Or it can be a standalone module on the project, or it can take the form of the previous year-end project. So through the project-based learning concept, the sole purpose is to let the students come together in small groups, appreciate a situation, identify the problem, define the problem, and find the solutions themselves. And as I am told by students as well as teachers, they really like the concept because they can actually appreciate the situation themselves. They learn themselves. At the same time, the teachers do tell me that they like it because they learn together with the students. And another point is some of the students told me that those students who were shy, who dare not come forward to participate in the classroom learning, in the project-based learning, they come forward. They became the leader, and as well as that they become most active, because in those environments, they can find their self-ego. They can excel themselves in a small group and become more effective in terms of learning. Okay, thank you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Albert. I hope later on you can come back and tell us how successful is the new pedagogies. Now we move on to our first speaker. Professor Richard Yuen is coming from the City University. He's the Chief of Staff. He will explain to us how WePAC training is doing in the university sectors. Professor Yuen, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen and fellow panelists. Today I'm very happy to share some of my experiences from the university perspective. I am new to this Chief of Staff position. I have been in education sector ever since 1982, starting as a teacher, then move on to professorial career. So I am very happy that we can have a chance to share some of the views from the perspective of a university, how we contribute to WePAC, VPET. And I cannot put everything together. I only select 3 areas where I think would be useful to share in this presentation. Firstly is the attributes contributing to the good quality of WePAC. Secondly, identifying some key essential stakeholders. And finally, how these stakeholders can contribute towards the quality VPET schemes. Firstly, I have to borrow some of the very established attributes in engineering education, which is now, I think, very widely adopted in Hong Kong, and I think is internationally more or less well received. Firstly, to train an engineer, a professional engineer, we map it to the QF level 5, which is also briefly discussed by our other panelists, the first speaker. There are 12 points. By no means they are exhaustive. We can have more points, but those points are very important, and in the engineering professional training community, I think this is well accepted. So let me just briefly go through them. They are all abilities relating to applying fundamental knowledge of mathematics, science, and formulate solutions for engineering problems. And secondly, to design, conduct, and conduct experiments so as to the words are very small, sorry. Yep, so as to provide appreciation of other engineering designs, as well as analyzing and interpret data in engineering design and professional disciplines. Depending on which discipline they are, they call for slightly different skills. And then thirdly is the ability to plan, organize, and construct, control, monitor, and deliver engineering projects of all types to meet the desired needs within the constraints, practical constraints in terms of economy, quality, safety, environment, and sustainability, etc. And then, very importantly, as a professional engineer, we need to be able to work with multidisciplinary teams. It could be architects, surveyors in our construction industry, because this is where I come from. Maybe in other areas, it can involve other professionals such as accountants and so on. They are all people that we have to work with. And then to identify and formulate and solve open-ended and complex engineering problems, to describe and practice as a professional engineer in compliances with the managerial, social, professional, and ethical responsibility, and then to communicate effectively by means of drawing, oral, written presentation, and so on. And then the ability to to describe the impact of engineering-related solutions in a global and societal context, especially the importance of health, safety, and environment consideration to both workers and the general public. And then the final four attributes, which are also crucial, is to recognize the needs for and to engage in lifelong learning, and to understand legal framework of the relevant statutory requirements, and to use the techniques, skills, and modern engineering tools necessary for engineering practice. And finally, to be able to use the computer IT tools relevant to the discipline so that they should be deployed efficiently. Now, those attributes are important to our VPEC education, especially professional engineering training, and those stakeholders who are closely related to this area, this training, are divided into a number of sectors: education institutions such as universities, and also students. It also includes the teaching staff, faculty, as well as the administrative, laboratory personnel, etc. From the government and authority side, statutory body such as the HKCAAVQ, VTC, my fellow panelists, and other important institutions who are under the statutory governance. And of course, not to forget that we have professional bodies such as Hong Kong Institute of Engineers, who I work very closely with, and other professional bodies. And in terms of ethics, one very important element is ICAC in Hong Kong. We do have a lot of contribution from those government departments, which I cannot name everybody. Now, of course, when we train engineers and professionals, they are ready to be used by the industry and to be employed. And finally, what matters is how the career development can be prosperous for our graduates. And then finally, they become an alumni and then come back and contribute to the institution. Actually, there are a number of points that we can see the contribution of those stakeholders can give us. From education side, obviously, I'm one of them. We try very, very hard to nurture and develop talents, students, and so that they create capable, applicable knowledge to support social and economic advancement, to review and enhance our program so that our curriculum will meet the requirement and needs, to incorporate industrial training and assessment, as well as internship opportunity, so that the student will have all sort of opportunity to mingle, to learn from the industry before they leave the education institutions, and to ensure adequate resources such as laboratory space, as well as finance, to ensure their support for good quality teaching and learning. Now, from government side, I think they play a very important role to lead and promote and publicize the VPEC to all the stakeholders, work closely with the industry and education sector and training institutions to strengthen and expand VPEC articulation pathways, advise the academic standards of degree programs via various institutions, and then encourage industry and other government departments to recognize this support and support the qualification framework. And then for the industry, I hope they can recognize the qualification of VPET, provide different platforms to advertise, organize those related activities to attract our youngsters, students to join this training and education and programs, and then offer, very importantly, internship and placement to both sub-degree or degree level or even higher level of trainings. And then for the employers, very simple. Give our youngsters opportunities, give them the career development path so as to give them further training, enhancement, and then encourage them, retain the talented colleagues. And then finally, for our graduates, they have to do only two things, I believe, very importantly. Put theory into practice, utilize what they learned, demonstrate professional competence and skills in their workplace, enhance their marketability, such as lifelong learning, upgrade practical skills through continuous learning for their whole career path. So I think with this, I will stop here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yuen. It is a very comprehensive explanation of what constitutes the quality of VPAC using the example of engineering studies. I have one perception problems for you, Professor Yuen. So you are coming from the university, right? So generally, a lot of students, they welcome the university more than the other training providers, whether the training in the university is for VPAC or an academic study. So generally, they said they probably have a very incorrect perceptions on VPAC as being inferior to academic study in university. So what do you think we can do to correct these misconceptions so that we can promote more VPACs to parents and the students?
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a very interesting question, and you bring out a very interesting misconceptual point. In fact, there is no contradiction between professional, vocational educations. In fact, they are complementary to each other. And what I can advise to all the stakeholders, again, referring to our government, our educational bodies, professional bodies, as well as industry and our students, graduates, alumni, is that don't be so narrow-minded in what do we mean by training and education. They have to accept the fact that there are multiple platforms, including university, other platforms that will provide VPET opportunities. Of course, different sectors or different institutions may do slightly different things. For example, in university, I think the misconception comes from the fact that universities strive for research excellence, which in a way is good for the society and is also contributory. But then they should not overwhelmingly disregard the fact that we are also providing engineering education training or professional education training. And therefore, I don't see any contradiction. We should work together. Everybody play a role. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think this topic is probably too wide for a discussion here. So in the interest of time, let me move on to another speaker, Mr. Paul Poon. He's Vice Chancellor of the China Light and Power Academy. Paul, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. In the next 10 minutes, I would like to express my view on what constitutes a good quality VPAC using CLP Power Academy as a real-life example. CLP Power Academy was established about 3 years ago, and we have two main objectives. The first one is to increase the bench strength of the industry, both quality and quantity. And the second one is to give the young people an alternate pathway to move upward. In other words, have a higher upward mobility. Provided a student can put in effort, his progression will be as fast as or as good as a normal grammar school student or the normal university. That's our two objectives. Right. Let's look at the program now that has been offered by CLP Power Academy so far. So we start, the lowest is the certificate or diploma program, and all the way up to the dual master program. And they are all accredited QF, from QF2 to QF6. And in addition, they have all got the industry qualification, like the registered electrical worker A or H, like the charter engineer qualification as accredited by HKCAAVQ. And all our program are partnership between CLP Power Academy and academic institution. Why we have to do that? I think if you step back, it's very simple. Usually, the academic institution will have very good quality assurance process, teaching and learning process, etc. And we don't want to duplicate that. They are very good. But usually, they don't really have industry knowledge. And that's where CLP Power Academy can bring in. So we bring in the curriculum which can meet the industry need. We provide lecturers by our colleagues. Basically, they teach what they are doing every day, so it must be relevant. We provide a capstone project, particularly for the degree student, and we also provide industry supervisor for this project. And we also provide the students have this industry experience. And all these are really complementing what is lacking by the normal grammar school or grammar university. And that's why in the past 3 years or so, we have been very successful. Just can give an example. We already have 500 students. And this year, we are adding over 100 students to our program. And we are seeing the student articulating from one program to the other. And we also seen graduate students are getting promotion, a better job in their own organization, etc. So these are very clear illustration that this collaboration really works. And very importantly, we must tie in the VPAC with the career progression in the industry. That's really important. So this slide shows, again, using CLP as an example. In fact, this is the same for many other organizations. So starting from the bottom, a diploma student, usually he is just a Form 3 student, and he entered the diploma program, and 2 years later, he could join CLP as a technician. And at the same time, he could enroll into the professional diploma program, which is 1 year. That will bring him to the technical officer job and senior technical officer job. If he want to further progress, then he can enroll into the degree program, either the electrical or mechanical engineering program, and that will bring him to an engineer status. And if he still have a higher motivation to move upward, he can join our dual master program, and he could be engineering manager or even the leader. So we are giving the student a very visible, practical, and rewarding career pathway. A student is not joining one program, he's joining a career program. And the student can sort of have a multiple in and multiple out pathway. Say he has a family issue or something, he can stop sort of for 1 year before going into the another upper level program. So this is very flexible. And if you look at the left-hand side, the number of years. So 10.5 years, a Form 3 student can get to a dual master program. He can get 2 master degree from 2 most reputable universities, HKUST and Shaka University. So thus we provide a very clear picture to the student joining a program. The student is not studying a program at all. He is studying a full life career program. And let's look at this first year graduation student, which was held in January last year. And you can see we have support from all the senior leaders in the company and also from our chief secretary. And you can see also we have students from ethnic minority, a female student. So you can see we are really encompassing sort of every walk of life of student. And that's our objective, to give the young people an upward mobility pathway, and so that he could progress his academic study together with his career. Now let's watch a short video on what I have just said.
我讀書又唔叻，又冇專業資格，點知仲有 second chance 讀書進修？喺中電學院，我揾到新嘅發展方向。
我得到嘅專業知識，唔單止嚟自課本，更嚟自每個實習嘅機會。
讀完文憑、專業文憑，我可以繼續讀學士及碩士課程，增加晉升機會。逐層上唔會停低，但時間由我掌握。未來我睇到事業上有更多嘅出路，有無限可能。
So these are our real students, by the way. They are not actors. And another area I think is very important is who are going to support our program, and we call it UIG. So we mentioned university have many good attributes, and we got the government support. For example, they are granting the REW status, and they are providing a lot of financial support to the students. And also the industry, of course. I mentioned earlier, we have the curriculum design and lecturers, and also on the project, and also on the recruitment. So you have this full support from UIG that will make the program successful. And another area that has to be successful is a collaboration with other industry. Recently, there are few other corporate academies set up, like tank gas, aviation, HKPC, etc., MTR. And we think that we are not competing with each other, but we should sort of complementing with each other. Say we sort of work together and we form a corporate tech academy network, C10. And I was fortunate to be elected as the founding chairman. And the purpose of C10 is very simple. We collaborate rather than compete. So we sort of have a benchmarking among ourselves. We share best practices. We jointly promote program. This is very important because although we are in different industry, but we are all in VPAC. So why don't we sort of jointly promote our program? And for example, we run a Road to a Bright Professional Future seminar and roadshow, and we attract over 500 people coming. And of course, we have the encouragement from all the corporate academies. And earlier this year, we also run a VPAC promotion competition for the Form 4 and Form 5 students. And again, we have overwhelming response from the schools. And they give us really good idea on how to promote VPAC. And we have adopted quite a few of this good idea. So all this shows that we cannot work alone. We should collaborate. And everyone sort of collaborate, work together. We can really give a higher or better quality VPAC to our next generation. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I can see that the CLP training model is certainly very impressive because it encompasses nearly every element of success for VPAC development. In the interest of time, I would like to move on to the fifth speaker, Carrie Leung. She is the CEO of the Hong Kong IB, a professional body for the banking sector. Carrie, please.
Thank you, Anthony. And thanks for HKCAAVQ for having me today. And my warmest congratulations to HKCAAVQ for your remarkable achievements of the past 30 years. Today is a very good opportunity for me to share the long journey of HKIB as an industry professional body by incorporating qualifications framework to enhance banking as a profession, to make and nurture the banking talents for the industry. Okay. We are very grateful that on 1st August 2020, HKIB is appointed by the Secretary of Education to become a professional qualifications assessment agency. In short, we call it PQAA, to accredit 9 professional qualifications for the banking industry. And practitioners could make use of this common qualifications benchmark to enhance their professional competencies and also to obtain industry and regulators recognition at the same time. Actually, these common qualifications help us to enhance the professional competencies, and also there's something wrong with the PowerPoint. Does it show? Oh, yeah, it comes. The industry and the regulators recognitions. So what were we before the appointment as PQAA? Actually, HKIB is the first not-for-profit professional institute in Hong Kong to issue banking qualifications. Actually, we have a lot of different key stakeholders. And our objectives is to uphold the and further develop the tertiary status as an international financial center. We are very well represented by senior management from banks. And also, we provide lots of professional training and development opportunities for the industry. We also organize a lot of industry conferences and networking events. However, we found that our key stakeholders are doing the same as we do. So we were getting confused and also questioned about our role. Are we just one of the training providers? And can we deliver more to serve the industry and help driving the industry development? We looked at the scene deeply and widely, and we saw academic institutions, other professional bodies who also offer various high standard education and training programs to the industry. Like many of us, they have difficulties in catching up with the industry about the fast-pacing and ever-evolving development. While regulators and also the industry practitioners, they need academic institutions to provide work-ready graduates. However, they also faced challenges on how to make sure the competencies of the practitioners were continuously improving to compete with other cities. A passive approach to manage the new talents also posed difficulties for them to manage people risk and to ensure a sustainable way to supply a competent workforce. So in terms of employer, with the rapid changes and the development of the banking industry, it is always difficult for them to find the right talent. In addition to the heightened regulations and compliance, they always looked for a systematic approach to help them to identify talent gap in order to facilitate their manpower planning and also the yearly budget training budget for their banks. For the employees and young talents, they may aspire to join the industry, but they also worry about lacking understanding of the market trend and lacking practical industry knowledge. They need a tool to help them to plan their career and to invest the time and money effectively to become the right talent for their future employer. The industry had a lot of different voices, but all leading to a different directions. Therefore, we need a clear, transparent, and also a widely recognized mechanism that lead the industry to go up and go forward. The process is like handling a bunch of big data, but how to do it and who to do it. First step, we did an industry-wide consultation. And we did a detailed review of our qualifications and our training programs in terms of the positioning of the qualifications, the structure, a mission and requirement, mechanism for the industry involvement, and also the articulation to other study paths. So with the introduction of the HKCAAVQ, we are able to use the QF as a common platform, a common language, and also its QA mechanism to solicit support from the regulators and the industry. So we started the alignment by establishing a common qualifications benchmark under the Hong Kong QF for the banking industry. First, so along this journey with the assistance with the Qualifications Framework Secretariat, the HKCAAVQ, HKIB expanded the role from a training operator to a professional writer, and now a professional qualifications assessment agencies. Being a professional qualification writer, we partnered with different types of banks together with UOC advisors to develop the SES for retail banking, corporate and commercial banking, and also the private banking. Then, with the competency the standards, we gradually developed a total of 11 skill-based and quality-assured learning programs, and also the professional qualifications. And subsequently, we also developed the vocational qualifications pathway, which is the VQP. And these qualifications benchmark assist to build a sustainable ways to manage people's risk for the regulators and industry pioneers. We're able to build a systematic ways to attract and develop talents for employers. We also are able to build a transparent ways to increase autonomy to develop career plans for employees and young talents. And finally, to complement ways to beef up industry knowledge and expand partnership with tertiary education providers. So I have just explained this slide as a role. So in terms of the outcome, this is the sample output of our QF journey, the SES and also the vocational qualifications pathway. And you may go to the Hong Kong QF website for more details. So I'm not going to explain here. And also, maybe I'm pressing too hard. Yes. It's quite sensitive. It doesn't, oh. Sorry about that. Stop. Okay. So in terms of the application of the UOCs in VPAC qualifications, you may go to the HKIB website for more information about the 9 accredited and regulator-recognized skill-based professional qualifications. So these information are all listed in our website. Last but not the least, I would like to use this as an example to give a recent example to how we establish a closer link between the VPAC and the employment for the 2020 fresh graduates. You may all know that recently, because of the COVID and the US trade war, the fresh graduate of this year are facing a lot of challenges in finding a job. Hong Kong MA actually partnering with the Hong Kong Association of Banks, Academy of Finance, and also 43 banks and also 11 universities. They launched a banking talent program for nurturing fresh graduates by providing a 6-month working experience and also sponsoring of a industry knowledge training and also 5 occupation-based professional qualification pitched at QF level 4. So if you look at the PowerPoint, I've listed out the qualifications. These qualifications are also tailored to fresh graduate. They could choose to study respective professional qualifications in according to the banking functions they are about to join. We all hope that this program could help them to strengthen their future employability. Okay, so finally, to conclude, we all think that it is a collective effort of employer, employees, academic institutions, regulators, and also the government to enhance banking as a profession in order to attract, nurture, develop, mobilize our talent, and also to help our talents to excel in order to sustain Hong Kong as an international financial center. So thank you for listening to my presentation. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you, Carrie. I think Hong Kong IB certainly set a very good example on how they leverage on the platform of Hong Kong QF to provide high quality professional trainings and enhance the banking sector as a profession. I'm sorry we don't have time to ask more questions on Carrie's presentation. And I have to invite the last speaker of our panel, Professor James Kalia. Professor James Kalia is the principal and the CEO of Malta College of Art, Science and Technology. And he is also the president for the European Forum for VET. Professor Kalia, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to address you during this very important seminar. Quality is a word like pandemic. It means the same all over the world. And I think talking about quality in an age where quality is a demand from industry is of huge concern and importance to education. So I think this is very appropriate and apposite to talk about quality of VPEDs. Of course, there are many perspectives. As you can see from the next slide, at the European perspective, we associate cities with decisions that politicians, or rather ministers for education, take when talking about key issues in education and training. The Copenhagen process was an important development in 2002 to bring vocational education and training on an equal platform with university education. Although some countries in Europe gave importance to education and training, it required a new focus, which then through many years, leading to Riga, confirmed how important quality in vocational education is all about. In Riga, quality was one of the 4 key deliverables that all European states had to deliver by 2020. Are we there? Well, if you look at the next slide, why is quality important? I think the previous speakers gave a very interesting overview of how Hong Kong looks at quality as being the hallmark of the whole society. The emphasis on quality is because the workplace is profiled as high in technology, and work practices are centered around the importance of quality as improving, of course, the output and the productivity and the services to the community. This has been seen in Europe, as can be seen in the next slide, through an acronym which we normally refer to when we talk about quality or European Quality Assurance in Vocational Education and Training. This is HKCAAVQ. We have many of these acronyms at European level, as you have in Hong Kong. And the purpose of having this important network was precisely to ensure that all European states, and in particular where vocational training takes place in colleges and schools, follow precise guidelines so that the delivery of education equals the high delivery in industry. So the aim of the HKCAAVQ work program, as can be seen in the next slide, focuses on 4 important directions. The first, because we live in a continent with so many different languages, 500 million in population, we thought that exchanging information and experiences is extremely important. Why? Because not all European states have the same quality assurance in terms of vocational education training. Some have it high in importance, some have it at a lower rate. So exchanging information leads to the second important deliverable, which is policy development. And I can freely say that practically all member states of the European Union today and beyond have very precise policy developments in the area of quality assurance in vets. Of course, there is a major difference between having policy and implementing policy. I think the bridge between the two is what many of you during this panel discussion have explored and have explained, how you put theory into practice, policy into practice. And therefore, the third deliverable is collaboration. And there are hundreds of projects across many European institutions to promote quality assurance. We learn from each other's good practice and from each other's mistakes. But finally, you need that people do not only follow quality assurance because there is a policy, because you have to do it, but because it is a culture. It is something which you do automatically, like gastronomy, like any other aspects of culture. Quality improvement should become something which we do almost naturally. So HKCAAVQ, as can be seen from the next slide, is the response to quality of vets. And there are a set of European requirements, expectations to promote and support the continuous. It's a lifelong learning almost aspect of quality in vocational education and training. And there are reference tools, of course. It's a framework which, because of our diversity, we ascribe to it and we come as close as possible to what is required in order to ascertain quality in the teaching and in the learning of vocational education training. The next slide illustrates that quality assurance has an improvement cycle. You cannot review unless you plan, and you cannot implement unless you plan. You cannot evaluate unless you implement. These are the 4 overarching principles that all member states of the European Union have subscribed within the HKCAAVQ quality assurance and quality improvement cycle. You need to plan, you need to implement, you need to evaluate, you need to review, and you need to do it again. Because industry changes, because sectors change, because knowledge improves, knowledge changes. How to deliver requires planning, implementation, evaluation, and review as a cycle. The next slide illustrates how important it is to monitor. Monitoring refers to the combination of internal, external evaluations. And we have methods of going into one place and another, different European states, of course, to look at different systems, evaluate others, and have others evaluating us. And the next slide illustrates the measurement tools. And here, a measurement tool for us means giving, for example, something which you also mentioned, a voice to students in quality assurance, in having very clear procedures that people can follow, that principals like myself in a huge college of 12,000 students by our standards, it's huge. There are strict procedures. But then you have to have adequate resources. You cannot expect to have quality in vet without having the financial and the human resources available. And finally, the last point is that you have to have a governing process of quality assurance. There have to be layers of checks and balances. The next slide illustrates why all of these processes are important. Because we have very fierce competition in education from industry. We are partners, we work together. But industry has an upper hand when it comes to quality. Needless to mention that when it comes to industry, they are, to my way of thinking, champions in quality assurance. If you look at some sectors like aviation, like the pharmaceuticals, like maritime affairs, like food chains, we as educators can learn a lot from how quality is part and parcel of how industry operates. And therefore, my last two slides illustrate that quality in vets gives a higher esteem to vocational education and training. And in addition to that, because of the higher esteem, people will gain qualifications which are much more recognized in industry. Hence, they can get better salaries and better conditions of work. So the quality of vets is seen through a European perspective, and in my country in particular, as being the next step for a better salary and conditions of work. Why? Because your qualification carries more weight with industry. It carries more expertise. It carries more direct hands-on experience in industry, and therefore working and learning have become one and the same. And finally, my last slide, quality in vet is the platform for a better quality of life to all skilled workers and their families. I think this is the major message that we as educators need to keep in our minds when we improve vet. We're not improving vet simply to compete with industry. We're not improving the quality in vet simply to have our college high in the rank of colleges among European states. No, we want a better quality of vet because we want for people a better quality of life. The speaker before me mentioned, I think, a very important aspect of attracting and nurturing and developing and mobilizing talents and excelling in talents. It is all about this. People have talents. They have to be given the right platform where they can develop the talents that they possess. Everyone has talents. It is the platform that determines whether these talents will be developed in the right direction or not. And I think schools and colleges and universities of applied science have the right platforms to do it. But it all depends on the quality of vocational education and training. It depends how we resource quality in vocational education and training, how seriously we take it, how much we review it, and to a larger extent, how much we link quality in VET to the better quality of life of all skilled workers. I tried to capture in these few slides an idea of how colleges and universities of applied sciences and schools of VET are functioning today at a wider European perspective. As I said earlier, some are cruising and some are flying at a lower height in terms of quality. But the aspiration is there. We cannot aspire to have serious VET unless we have the right quality in VET. Thank you for listening, and again, it is a pleasure to address you. A pity to sit in my office and pretend that I am in Hong Kong.
Thank you, James. Thank you for your presentation and introducing this EQUAVET framework and how it works to promote quality improvement for VETs. I'm sure there are many questions on that, but because we don't have time for these sessions anymore, so I have to wait until you come to Hong Kong next time. We can have a more detailed discussions on this topic. Now, I think we have come to the end of our panel sessions. Let me say a few words as a conclusion of these sections. Now, we have been talking about VPAC. We know how important it is. Not only is it important to build a competent workforce for society to support economic development, but at the same time, VPAC is very important because it creates opportunities of employment for our youngsters and also their advancement in the social ladders. Now, our speakers are quite clear that in their speech that good quality VPAC are not attributable to the effort of one single party, but rather all of us, all stakeholders working together. Luckily, our speakers here suggest that there are a number of platforms, this collaborative platform, allowing everybody to work together to improve VPAC, like the Hong Kong QF, the university sectors, professional bodies like the Hong Kong IB, and also the network CTAN, QA agency, and also oversees the EQUAVET at the international levels. So I have to thank the Hong Kong CAAVQ for providing this platform, for sharing, and look forward to the next opportunity to discuss more on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, and our distinguished panelists. Today's international conference is one of the highlights of our 30th anniversary celebrative activities and initiatives. The sharing by our speakers, moderator, and panelists today have given us a broader view on quality assurance, quality enhancement, and excellence from different perspectives. We are impressed by how institutions and professionals in the quality assurance world are committed in driving quality enhancement and translating their vision for excellence into plans. We very much look forward to deepened collaborations between institutions, quality assurance agencies, professional bodies, and industries. We have almost come to the closing of today's conference. May I now invite Mr. Rock Chen, the Vice Chairman of HKCAAVQ Council, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Chen, please.
The Honorable Secretary for Education, Council members, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. The successful conference today has truly been inspiring for me. So thank you to all the keynote speakers, moderators, and panelists. As we listen to the four keynote speakers, Mr. Douglas Blackstock, Ms. Edith Shi, Dr. Carrie Yao, and Professor James Tang, we were inspired by their generous sharing on valuable knowledge, insights, and experiences in specific fields and professions. The presentations highlighted the new aspirations embraced by the education, VPET stakeholders, as well as quality assurance bodies. We learned how they are taking great strides in the process of setting goals and priorities, engaging stakeholders, formulating strategies and action plans. The importance of alignment with mission and vision, the ownership of change, the reflections on implementation and results, the identification of improvement measures, just to name a few, are most helpful to us. Thank you to the two moderators, Professor Isabella Poon and Mr. Anthony Chan, for facilitating and guiding the much sought-after panel discussions. They did an excellent summary of the two sessions, capturing the essences and translating them into take-home messages. Also, thank you to our 10 panelists, Dr. Albert Chow, Professor Ronald Chung, Professor T.C. Pong, Professor Bjorn Stansaker, Professor James Gaiha, Dr. Albert Chuk, Mr. Steve Lai, Ms. Carrie Leung, Aya Paul Poon, and Professor Richard Yun. With the wide range of specialism and discipline they represented, profound knowledge and experiences they brought to the panel discussions, we were able to benefit a lot from the discussions. They gave us a chance to explore some of the very important topics, including the evolving trends and challenges in quality assurance, quality enhancement in teaching and learning, the future collaborations between education institutions and QA bodies, clearer articulation pathways for VPET learners, and many, many more, which I will not repeat in the interest of time. Over 200 participants from around the world registered for the conference. Many more viewed the conference online. We are truly encouraged by your support. The exchange of expertise and experience, I believe, will extend beyond the conference today. We hope that the impact of this conference will take quality assurance to new horizons of achieving continuous quality enhancement and excellence in education. In closing, I would like to thank all colleagues from the co-organizers, Qualifications Framework Secretariat, and Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education. Also, a big applause to the 30th Anniversary Organizing Committee, Professor Isabella Poon, Ms. Candy Tam, Executive Director Albert Chow, and the colleagues at VQ Secretariat who contributed tremendous efforts to this conference. Organizing the conference, as you can imagine, amid the pandemic was exceptionally challenging in every respect. I hope you all enjoyed today's presentations and sharing and are returning homes with fond memories. I wish you and your families good health and successes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for the closing remarks. The International Conference 2020, organized by the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications and co-organized by the Federation for Self-Financing Tertiary Education and the Qualifications Secretariat, is coming to an end. We are sure that you have enjoyed the speeches and generous sharing of all the participating speakers and panelists today. Meanwhile, we would like to hear your comments. Please spend a minute in completing our online feedback survey, which will be sent to you by email. On behalf of HKCAAVQ, I wish all of you good health and happiness. We hope to meet you all in person or virtually on other occasions of HKCAAVQ. Thank you and goodbye.